Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. We are now about to start part 2 of our retreat. Many of you were with us earlier this year for part 1. And today we're fortunate to have with us the Executive Director of the Florida School Boards Association, Andrea Messina, who will serve as our facilitator. You will recall that as a result of topics that we submitted early this year and late last year, that this workshop is composed of those topics. But today, as we are already 6 minutes into the retreat, we are going to just thank her for being here, and we're going to get started. And so, Andrea, you're on.
Thank you, I appreciate that. If you'll notice, right underneath your agenda, you will see protocols worksheet, how do we do business, and it has your cumulative totals from the last time I was here. You all completed this particular worksheet, and we remember you held up hands, and superintendent said, who's keeping a tally sheet? And I said, I was. Well, here's your tally sheet. It shows you who thought that something was a concern. Well, it didn't say who. It says how many people thought something was a concern. And then at the bottom where it says what's missing on the back of page 2 were the items that you all added at the end of the meeting. But what we discussed soon after we had done that was that you were going to make a few minor changes to some things about your meetings and maybe have some sort of a tracking mechanism for requests. And so my first question to all of you is, have you noticed any changes, outcomes from our last meeting together?
Yes.
Tell me more.
Great.
Well, 2 of the concerns we had brought up at the workshop and talked about, I really appreciated Dr. Gale putting them on the reports to be heard so they didn't get lost. And I think that was really helpful that, you know, the things that we've started talking about, we can keep going on till we either come to some conclusion or we say, okay, enough. But I really appreciated that.
Also, the length of meeting, we had a lengthy meeting the other night, but the school board members listened to our colleagues and we stopped the meeting.
Say that again?
The school board members and the superintendent listened to our colleagues and we stopped the meeting.
Okay.
What happened, we had some reports to be heard about 2 of the issues raised by board members. We did a recognize our teacher of the year, school-related employee of the year, Glenn Howell, or distinguished educator of the year. So we tried to regulate the time we spent on recognitions and then move into the nuts and bolts of the meat of the meeting. We did the reports to be heard. We had a number of people showed up from the public that wanted to speak, which took some time. And then at the end, we had some items to workshop, but it had already been 2.5 hours, and we were pretty spent. So we kind of put a pin in some of those. And some of those we're going to talk about again today. So slowly, and that was kind of on me. I should have probably anticipated that there would be people that were going to continue to come to voice their concerns with some decisions that I made, and in looking at what realistically can we accomplish in 2 or 2.5 hours is long enough for a meeting, I think, before we're pretty spent.
Okay. Now I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that we're able to respect time and we're able to come to a conclusion and we're able to move it to the next agenda.
Okay. That's some flexibility.
Right.
Good.
And I guess related to that, it felt good in that it was the general consensus of all of us. There was no, well, I'm not ready, and so to me it said teamwork, and we certainly will be able to provide, I think, the attention and the energy to the topics when they come up in the future. So I felt good about it, rather than just sitting there and being zombies.
And not doing due diligence to the topic.
Exactly.
Right.
So I love that. We did that, quite honestly.
Any other changes? I know there was some conversation about trying to keep the recognitions at the beginning of the board meeting to 30 minutes. How has that been working out?
It's been better.
It has, but at times, it's when we have guests that come to visit, it's hard to control how long
Yes.
they go on. With our staff, we can kind of control the time. With others that, we're thankful, whether it's maybe, as an example, the United Way wants to come visit or whatever, they may go on and on. It's hard for us to say, okay, time's up, you hit the buzzer, Jeff, tell them they have to go. So, but as we start working through this, and I'm new to this, and
Sure.
in developing the agenda, I think we'll become more efficient as time goes on.
All right,
I
so
think it would be okay to give our guests a buzzer. Because people they don't realize sometimes how long they talk, so.
Well, I think we have that conversation on the front end probably,
Yeah.
when our staff calls and says, look,
Somebody give them a little signal or something.
yeah.
Yeah, the people who are setting up the guests
Right.
have very clear expectations with the guests and say, you have 7 minutes. At the 5-minute sign, I'll hold up a yellow piece of paper. At the 8-minute or 7-minute sign, I'll hold up a red piece of paper. That'll be your indicator to leave, you sort of set in all of those things in advance, and then it's very clear and they know what to expect.
I think that would help.
Then if you consistently enforce it, if you don't consistently enforce it, that's when you're gonna get into some trouble, because if you let one group go on and not another. So, Alva, did you want to say something?
The only thing I haven't seen is we talked about maybe a Google Doc or an online doc, something that we can track the progress of the issues, and I haven't seen that yet. There has been more substance to our conversations, which has been great. But I know during the past year prior to Roseanne getting there's several things that, oh my gosh, over the past 5 years, 6 years, 12 years, Miss Bowen and Miss Lewis have brought up, and maybe they're still kind of out there, and we're wondering where they are in the chain of things.
So the tracking
the
sort
tracking
of
document
mechanism
yeah.
that we,
Yeah, we just haven't seen that yet.
okay, and is that something that's been in the draft or working on? Up? Okay.
Online, something on.
You,
Something
you-
online.
You can
Yeah,
Dr.
that's-
Gale, we'd like to hear from you.
It's in the report.
Good afternoon. You receive 2 copies of this. Every meeting, you find out when we're gonna have workshops and different things that you bring up. I work with the board chair and the superintendent to update this, but I work on getting it online.
Okay.
So it's an accessibility, it's happened, but the accessibility is what you're asking for.
I don't think, maybe we're not communicating in my mind, it would be a constantly, the issues would be here and there would be a constant update in almost like an Excel spreadsheet of, you hope to see this in November. Okay, we talked about it in November and then okay, I was just thinking it would be more online. Yeah.
This was the information from the first retreat, and it shows a status update. Then you also have the school board workshops update, and then it was in a blue folder, and then a white folder as well. But I work on getting it online so that you can see, and it was only
Okay.
since the first retreat.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And see, I thought you were talking about projects. No, you're not. You're not talking about.
I'm talking about
ongoing-
all the issues that we've all discussed along the way.
39 topics we want
Yeah.
workshops on.
Yeah,
Got it,
yeah.
okay.
And,
Okay, that's fine.
yeah.
Just where they are going to be on the agenda.
Yeah, and I would prefer they be in one document and one online location and not, paper, I just feel like I feel like we kill a dozen trees every time we meet. So that would be my preference, but I know we're all different in the way we.
It's okay.
So, but do all of you, you've all seen the tracking documents that Dr. Gale's referring to?
Yeah.
And I guess this is the time, if you want some edits to that or some clarification, she needs to know from the board what the direction is, because I'm certain, and I don't want to speak for her, but I'm certain she wants to put it in a way that you guys are happy with it.
Do you have it there, Michelle? Do we have it in our packet right in
No,
this
you don't have
minute?
it in your packet.
You're just-
You had it at the last board meeting.
Right.
It's always in a folder with your information.
Maybe it just I think it just looks different than I
Yes,
had
in the blue
anticipated it
folder.
looking. You maybe had said it says workshop topics and then it lists them. And I was thinking it would be more like the topics and then it would say workshop or in the
Staff
queue
is
to be in
handling.
board, staff is handling. There would be more of it wouldn't be like an agenda of workshop items. So it may just be me visualizing it in a different manner.
So I can find out.
Like a
what-
Yeah.
status update.
Yeah, like just a status update.
Yeah, because I would wonder if she put it online, how we assess it, what topic would it be up under?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look with TNI. Yes, this is the first time that I heard online, so I'll.
Okay, all right,
Try and get that done.
You guys use board docs, right?
Yeah.
yes.
So it could be a board doc.
Something could be, yeah, I
Okay,
guess.
I'm on board now.
Something.
It could be an attachment that goes out in the Friday email from Ms. Henson.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
and has an update if that's easier.
Okay, so you'll get directly with Dr. Gale about any changes on that, and then what needs to happen is it needs to come back to the board, and the board looks at it and says, yeah, that's exactly what we want, or, no, can you tweak it a little more, can you tweak it a little more? So that everyone has what they need, and it does what you want it to do, because the time she's gonna spend on it, if it's not doing what you want it to do, then it's not a good use of her time. Right? Okay. All right. So you guys had some homework, if you will, where I gave you some sample school board norms and operating agreements and protocols to look through so that you could kind of start creating your own Leon County School Board protocols. And I gave them to you before you left the last workshop, but also Ms. Gale has them in this folder with a black cover on it. So they're in different colors. And these are just samples. None of them are set in stone. And we also had a worksheet, which I'm going to give you an additional one so that we can kind of look at and work through, because there's all sorts of items that you can discuss and have agreements on and make sure that you know what you all expect from each other, because that's, even with the presentation you're talking about from your community, the most important thing is setting the expectation so everybody knows, hey, what's expected, when it's expected, how it's expected, and that's what this little worksheet is working on, directing you to be able to do. Excuse me. And in truth, it's best to kind of start here because these are sort of the simpler items. I know that for you all, getting things on the agenda and talking about the agenda seems to be where you were most focused. But let's make sure that the communication pieces are clear and everyone agrees on them so that that piece doesn't go south anytime unexpectedly. So if you'd like to, we can start real quickly, and I think we can buzz right through these because I think that you all have some clear ideas on it. But the board expects regular communication from the superintendent. How often?
Weekly.
Weekly?
Weekly.
Weekly.
Weekly?
Weekly.
And via what mechanism? Is it through a newsletter? Is it through a phone? Is it through a face-to-face meeting?
If there's a hot pressing issue or something breaking, then
That's
Either-
not the same.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
This is just regular communication.
Email.
I would say email with a possibility. If you have any questions, feel
Yeah.
free to call me. We can discuss.
Do you currently do a weekly email?
No.
or a phone call, but that takes more time if it's going to be weekly.
What would you all look for in such a weekly email?
I think these are the things that are on my radar. This is what's happened at the district this week, and I don't mean like, we read to students at, I mean, we think we get a lot of that already. But obviously that's going to become public record, so it doesn't want to be, but I think some updates on where the thoughts are, where are we in certain processes.
Like, for example,
So like Sterling audit, we talked the other day about the Sterling audit. We knew it was going on, but we didn't know when it was closing, so maybe just an update that says, all right, we expect the Sterling Council to finish on the 5th. We hope to receive a draft by this, and then you'll receive it, or you won't receive it till after so I think things that are on our radar, need to be that he knows that we probably need some follow-up that have been left open-ended, but that are not these broad topics that we're discussing on workshops or on agenda items, just the day-to-day business. So, the ACE PACE thing could have been maybe been on the radar with a weekly update prior to it being happened without us having any discussion about it.
does that make sense to the rest of you? I'm seeing some
I
furrowed brows.
just don't want to create another job for the superintendent that's, I don't know. I'd like to just get some input on that. I feel like if we have an issue, we can just pick up the phone and call. I feel like that's been real good, and everyone's been real responsive to that, and we've been allowed to talk to staff, which is nice. We can make our own meeting with staff. So I just don't want it to be something that becomes this dreaded thing that is fluffy. it's like a, I don't know. I'm not real sure.
Well, I guess I am reassured of this. I don't want to create another layer that the superintendent has to, how do I need to put it? That he must talk to us every week.
Right.
I think I like the way you were starting to place it, Alva. Those special kinds of things, yes, maybe weekly. But just to get an email, what you doing today, what's happened this week, Mr. Superintendent, I don't want to know that. I need to say that differently, I'm sorry, Andrea.
No, you're fine.
I just don't want to be in the position of being the repository of everything he does. I don't think
It's not
that's,
our
I
job.
don't see that as my role, I really don't. So you have to help me to know whether or
No,
not that's the case.
that's fair.
That, you know, but those things that are going to affect us largely as a district, say the A stuff comes to mind right now. Well, yes, it would have been nice, and it was. But outside of that, just to send us an email every week, everything is going fine. No.
I don't think we'd ever get that email.
Yeah, well, I need to put it like that, because that means that gives him and his staff some other things to
But
do.
everything you put in writing is probably correct.
Yeah, so that's
Well,
kind
we
of where I
have,
am.
well, the communication person,
He manages.
Chris Petley, sent out spontaneously incidents and accidents and concerns, serious concerns that's going on in the county coming from the superintendent.
That's helpful.
Yeah,
It's very good.
and I think
And
I'm
I
thinking.
like to be aware of
I
what's
think
going
I'm
on.
thinking, he manages the district, doesn't he? Isn't that his role?
That is his role.
Well, then, I'm sorry. I had lots of coffee this morning. So if he manages the district, I don't want to belittle that. It's important to me. And of course, that's what we're saying, not that we allow him to do that, but the expectation is that he will do that. And as we make policy, I guess we can weave back in and out of what's happening. Yeah, that's what I want.
And we can pick up the telephone, as someone stated, and call.
Right.
He does return calls.
Dee Dee, you wanted to say something?
I think there's a difference in the kind of communication we may want or need over the next 6 months versus the next 4 years. Only because things are going to be changing, things are new. We're not yet comfortable with knowing. I like one of the sentences I read in here from my glasses, but it says, it's not our job to run the school district, but it is our job to be sure it's being well run.
Correct.
You see? And so in terms of if I'm going to be held accountable because this community doesn't understand the delineation of responsibilities in the statute. So if somebody's going to call me at midnight or get me in the grocery store about something that has happened, and a lot of times, I know a couple times I've texted him, I'm like, what the heck? Why didn't anybody tell me? And he's like, I didn't know either. So that's on you guys to make sure that we're all informed. You know, and I think we have lots of room for improvement in that area, frankly.
Let me ask you this. Do you guys do pre-agenda meetings? Wasn't there a conversation about pre-agenda meetings here?
Yes, we do.
All right, and how often do those occur? Just before board meetings, but you guys have board meetings twice a month, correct? Mm-hmm. Yes? Okay, so a regular communication from the superintendent every 2 weeks via meeting is what you already have, minimally, correct?
Yes.
And it sounds like many of you are happy enough with that, in addition to some other layers on some important issues and breaking issues and some other stuff. But maybe that's what this is, because I'll tell you, there are some districts that don't have workshops. There are some districts they don't have pre-agenda meetings. The board just shows up at the meeting and they don't get the input. They don't know what's happening at all. So by having this conversation, in some districts, it helps them to put in place things that you guys may already have in place that are working for you. So the question is that working for you to the degree that you need it to? It sounds like most of you feel that it is, and that there are these other levels of communication from the communications department or on special issues, which we're going to get to in just a minute, would be on top of that. Is that fair to say?
I'm curious about the timing. If we have a pre-agenda meeting the night, literally the late afternoon, immediately preceding the board meeting night, are there districts that do it differently that would allow more breathing space and contemplation to occur?
There are some districts that have regular workshops, so that if you had a board meeting on weeks 1 and 3, they have workshops on weeks 2 and 4. And the workshops may not be the items that are coming up on the next meeting. And some of them could be long-term items. In fact, some of them could be items that never even get to a board meeting because through the workshop process, they've decided that's not something they want to go forward with, or it's long-term issues. So there's all sorts of structures. Pre-agenda is typically the day before, or you guys would normally have your pre-agenda on Monday for a Tuesday board meeting.
Right.
That's not atypical. Sometimes some boards have it on a Friday.
Oh, no.
We don't want to do that.
Maybe not. Okay.
I have an idea.
Let's hear it.
Every once in a while, I get calls from board members that amount to, well, what's going on? Right? Like I'm supposed to know what's going on. And the stuff that Opal and I are working on is probably not what they're interested in finding out about. So there's a PR person in town who says that if you're doing good things and not telling people about it, it's like winking at a girl in the dark. Your message doesn't get through. And rather than having the board dictate to the superintendent what they want and how often they want it, perhaps for now we would leave with the idea that the board would like to know more about what's going on, more about what he's working on, not specify timing and content and we want to know about this kind of meeting and that kind of meeting, but just invite him to provide some more information in very general terms, maybe every 2 weeks, just to here's kind of what's on my list or whatever, and see how it goes, and see how comfortable he is with it, see how comfortable the board is with it, and see if that doesn't help us find a way here, because I think we could spend all afternoon trying to figure out, well, we want to be told if there's a legislative meeting or if there's a this meeting or that meeting, and never quite, get it right, but just begin with an invitation for a regular communication that amounts to kind of here's what's going on and see if it helps or doesn't. Maybe it won't work. Maybe it isn't the right thing to do, rather than trying to. And the thing is, my observation is that there's a lot going on. There's a lot of activity. It's just some of it he probably doesn't want to talk about yet, but some of it he probably wouldn't mind talking about yet. So that I'm a little out of my lane on this, but that's just an idea.
And if I may, it's time. I mean, I'm desperately trying to get control of my life, of my schedule, of my time. Unless you've been in this position, I think you have no idea of the requests you get for time and different asks from many different people in many different parts of our community. And I'm more than comfortable to meet individually, to block out every month time to sit down with each board member and to discuss their concerns and their directions, and if some of their issues are not being addressed, how we can look to change that. As far as weekly correspondence, I think that would be very challenging. They're all here, but they have to keep in mind that there are over 33,000 students in classes right now, and 6,300 employees and 200 bus drivers. And I mean, it's a lot of responsibility, and I want to be and have open lines of communication. I don't think us setting a strict policy on when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, and what it's going to look like is the right thing to do. When there are cases and emergencies or things that are going on, and there's so much, and I'll screw that up too. golly, I wish I'd have thought to call the board members about that. I should have called the board members about this, because I'm trying to learn as I go through over the course of the next however long it takes me to get it. But I just need you all to understand that these people have a lot of work and a lot of responsibility, and I would just ask, and they're going to be as receptive as they can. They do, and I want to have a good relationship with this board and open lines of communication, but also you just have to be respectful and remember that they have a lot of other responsibilities and a lot of other jobs, and not that what the needs of our board members aren't important. They are, absolutely they are. And the items that we're talking about, whether it's school recess or elementary school grades or other issues, is very important, but they also have the everyday inner workings of a big organization to oversee in the management of that organization every single day. So however we can come to an agreement on a way of work, of course, if there are things going on that they need to know about, I don't want them caught off guard in Publix any more than I want to be caught off guard in Publix. And I can assure you these people they're very good. A lot of them have been doing this for a number of years. They will keep me informed, and when they're not informed, that's on me, it's not on them. So as developing a strict policy on, well, I want this, and I want that, I don't think that's realistic. I think that, but to sit down with them at least once a month, to have a heart-to-heart conversation with no interruptions, I think is very doable, and I would appreciate that.
Actually, that's one of the most effective ways of doing this.
But we have board meetings twice a week. I mean, twice a month. We have the agenda reviews on Mondays. I review the Monday actually prior to the Tuesday, so we could look to do that where you have more time to process. And if we want to pull things before the deadline, we can pull things. Because I meet with Dr. Gale on that Monday and then meet again with you all the following Monday. So if we did that, that would be 4 times a month. In addition to our individual monthly meetings.
Well, the most important thing is that you all talk about it, because if one of you is expecting weekly communication and not getting it, then you're going to be held responsible and not know it. So by having this conversation and making sure that the board together says, you know what, we don't think it needs to be that formal, that's great. It's just a matter of making it clear and everybody having the same understanding of what you're getting and when you're getting it. I will say, one of the most effective superintendents who are highly successful will tell you that investment of a half an hour a month per board member is gold. That's the one thing that they would tell you they wish they had started sooner, and is most effective, because that one-on-one time really it builds the personal relationship, which is where the trust comes from, so that when you do forget to communicate with them, there's no if you have a high level of trust and you make a mistake, you're forgiven. If you have a low level of trust and you make a mistake, then we question your motives.
Right, I agree, and in addition to that, we're not always going to agree on everything, and we might not agree on anything, but at least we can have open dialogue every month to say, we're just going to agree to disagree, or I wish you would really push this agenda, Rocky. I feel really strong about it. I'm hearing from my constituents. I would definitely commit that time every month, but until if you saw my calendar, you would be just...
But, Dee Dee, that's part of what I wanted. We can help you. We're not the enemy. I can imagine. I've worked with and for elected officials for my entire career. I know exactly what it's like to be inundated with all that stuff. Let us be a part of the team. You can... If we have that monthly conversation, you're like, oh my God, so-and-so won't, I'm dealing with this, and this. Some of us may be able to help, spread that around. Most of us have had relationships with these people for a really long time. I don't think there's anybody here that doesn't understand how busy and spread thin they are. I mean, that's been part of my concern all along, is that we need a deeper bench to help people that are trying to do 4 and 5 jobs. But I'll leave it at that.
How do you guys feel about a half an hour a month one-on-one?
Great.
That's fine. I
Yes.
wanted to touch on something you said, and Dee Dee as well. I think this is a really important point, that we're in such a state of transition. We're starving for information. What is going on? Not us bringing you what we want, because I think we're doing that. I think we've come leaps and bounds in a couple of months. We want the reciprocate. We want to know what's coming, what can we expect? And so probably write a weekly, that's just more work on you, and nobody wants that. But in the agenda review, is a new thing for us. We've never done this before, and I'm very thankful for it. Because it has spawned a lot of this kind of, a little bit of heads up and a little bit of conversation about something that's not going to be an agenda item tomorrow night. It's not going to be voted on. So maybe there's a place in our agenda review for superintendent's comments, for lack of a better, term.
Updates or something.
Yeah.
So, but also, I'm still figuring things out as far as management and who fits where and who and how things fit together. And it's between now and the end of June is going to be, to me, if I can get to July, things will be a
It's
lot.
triage.
Yeah, because everyone in here is under contract through the end of June, and I'm trying to tread lightly and not, there's a lot of things to consider, and it's not that I'm withholding what's up here and where I'm thinking about as far as our organization at the district level. It's just there are some things that I don't feel comfortable sharing when I'm not ready to tell them about it yet.
And even that statement right there would have been a perfect statement for one of these agenda review superintendent comments, a communication with us. Listen, guys, this is my year in review. I've got a lot of evaluating to do between now and June, and I'm not going to be making any major decisions until then. I mean, just even that little bit of information, because I know I get that question a lot. What's going on at the district? What changes are coming? I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. And just so we're not kind of broadsided by it. I do like it, though, in a setting with all of us, so there can be a little bit of discussion. The one-on-one is important, I think, too. But those few little, just a little bit of information kind of that you feel you're at a point you can share with us, I think we would be appreciative for.
I just wanted to chime in on the agenda review agenda. I would like there to be a place where we could bring up concerns or whatever, because right now it's not on the agenda, so by sunshine we're not supposed to talk about anything new that's not on the agenda, so it's kind of a catch-22. If we could have something on there that's just like we do at the school board meeting, it's a published, it's an open
You mean like
meeting.
board member comments?
Comments, concerns, something that gives us a legal way to bring something
You
up.
okay with
Maybe
that?
that's not going to be at the school board meeting the next night, but we can put it on the radar, like I have one today I want to inform the board about. But there has to be a little spot on the agenda that I can just say, I want y'all to know I'm working on this or thinking about this,
Well- The question is, what is the purpose of the agenda review meeting? Okay?
Well-
If the purpose of the agenda review meeting is to get questions answered about the agenda, then that's what we should do. If it's intended to provide a forum for board members and the superintendent to talk about what's going on, I think everybody ought to ask the question, why aren't we doing that in a regular board meeting in front of television? Because
Well, we're on television, so.
because, one of the criticisms of the district for a while has been lack of transparency, lack of discussion, and if the board wants to have those discussions in agenda review, and it's on the agenda and it's noticed, no one can say it's improper. But I think the board ought to consider about the transparency issue and where you're having those discussions, because
Is the agenda review not televised?
it's not televised.
Okay.
And it's in this room.
But-
Right?
Is that not being televised right now or
Right now
recorded?
it is.
Now, that's another option, I suppose, if you want to start putting it on television, but it's the board's pleasure. But if we're not careful, we can easily start talking about a lot of stuff in agenda review that the public might be expecting to see on Tuesday night in a live televised board meeting. So,
Well, it seems like, we could even not have at length discussion, but at least I'd like to know if Dee Dee's concerned about a topic and she wants the board to start discussing it, that she should be able to say that at some meeting other than just a board meeting, because that takes longer, and just have it be okay. It could just be one section, any upcoming concerns, and we don't even have to necessarily have a long discussion about it, but I just think it'd be more open communication is all I'm saying.
I've said all I can say. We have a time on the agenda on Tuesday night for board member concerns. If you want to have that on the agenda during agenda review, I can't tell you that you shouldn't, or you can't. It's just,
Well, in our agenda view right now, all we're doing is just asking questions. So we've all come out to this meeting, we have, 2 hours set aside, and I guess the staff would be happy, then we just get done quickly and go. But it seems like it is an opportunity to have a little more, something more happen than just ask questions about what's on the agenda.
Well, case in point would be, what day was that? Monday. So Ms. Strickland raises questions about the charter school contracts. And her questions were about the contracts that were on the agenda, but what resulted was a more robust conversation about charter schools, right? So could we not maybe list topics?
Well,
Or-
that's sometimes how it would appear, like on a workshop. It wouldn't necessarily be an agenda review unless it's an agenda review and workshop, let's say.
That's what I like.
In which case it might be superintendent updates, and you might say 1, charter schools, 2, curriculum update, 3, school grades, whatever. And maybe he talks for you, he just says, hey, here's what we're doing on charter schools. There's no formal presentations, there's no formal handouts, no one's prepared a PowerPoint. We're not talking about a bunch of extra work. We're just talking about, I need you to know that we've got 3 charter schools that have applied. Our staff is reviewing them. You've probably heard, because it's been in the newspaper, that there's these 3 charter schools. Just want you to know staff's going through and working with them and trying to help out all the problems. Okay. Now, on the curriculum updates, you've probably heard we're looking through some reading. You might remember we're doing a reading, what is it called when you approve the books, Adoption, thank you. We're going through a reading adoption this year. They've formed the committee's getting started. Just some brief, quick updates that don't require conversation, don't require a whole lot of input. And again, no presentation, no handouts. We're not talking about giving the superintendent a bunch of extra work, right?
Questions, can we say what's happening on, sex ed?
That's one that you probably don't want to just throw out on any given day without a little advance notice.
Well, you could say, well, I'll get back to you on that, I think if we ask a question in the meeting.
I don't think anything wrong if we want to go even to that prior Monday, like I was talking about, and combine it into an agenda review for the following Tuesday, and also workshop a couple of items in that process as Ms. Bowen goes through. She's very efficient at what she does, and she's going through and, okay, we're done with these questions. Now we workshop these 2 or 3 items, and we accomplish a lot in an hour and a half or 2 hours on a Monday afternoon. And then the next Tuesday, we're together for the board meeting.
At least be able to ask some questions,
So another example that comes to mind, because I want to apologize to Jillian for the other night when I flipped out about 6 months not being long enough. That wasn't personal, because I have the utmost respect for you. But maybe if during the agenda review, you had said, okay, we're going to have a presentation on this, and it's going to be, they've surveyed everybody and nobody wants it, at least we would have sort of had a heads up,
I think that was the heads up. That was the report they were going to give you. You could decide whether or not you wanted to comment on it. They were just giving you information, and then we could come back later as you processed it. No, you didn't have to even comment that night as you processed it to say, okay, well, I heard what she said. Now we're here, or the next time we're together, then we say, okay, well, listen.
That's, I'm sorry to interrupt, excuse me.
That's all right. That's it.
What I meant by that was what I was talking about having a little heads up with time to, so if it had, if you knew the results were going to be, just be thinking about this overnight so that I felt compelled to say something. It just felt, well, you may disagree, but.
Well, because she was just giving you the information. Alan was going to give you information, and then you would process it, and then we would come back today or whenever the next time we were together, and you say, okay, well, this is how I feel about this.
Let me tell you what happens with that. If we don't say anything, then the press comes up to us and says, here's a microphone. There, what's your opinion on this? And I just don't, I can't sit there and just not say anything if I hear something that sounds drastic to me. I'm just trying to help think of ways to improve the process. My heads up in a public meeting with a television on is not my idea of a process.
So then we do it, then we don't do that. Then we do it in a more informal setting on that Monday.
Right.
We do that, and that way we have time to.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That's great, yeah. And
And it can be abbreviated, but it can be like, just FYI,
Yeah.
80% of these people aren't loving this idea.
Right.
And then I have time to kind of,
Process it.
yes, that's what I'm saying.
So,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, so now are we talking about moving the day of the agenda review? I think I like that, and I
So that
think
we
I
have
like
1 week of
that,
agenda
yep.
review and 1 week of a meeting.
And then we can have time to
do you
ask questions,
Yeah.
because now we get our paperwork on, when does it go on the computer? On
Tuesday
on
prior.
Tuesday.
So you're talking about having
Right.
agenda review a day before it would normally come out?
No, that sounds.
Yeah, the Monday before it's published on Tuesday,
That
yeah.
sounds like.
Is that gonna be doable?
No,
I don't know.
it's not doable practically, because I can tell you, there's a mad rush
Yeah.
on Monday
Yeah.
afternoon
To get things placed
and
on it.
Tuesday morning to get things on the agenda, and the agenda's not ready to be.
What about Tuesday afternoon? Or even Wednesday, you know?
And so much is added. It seems like there's a lot of
Yeah.
change even throughout the week.
One thing,
But I think the changes on the routine things,
Yeah,
like, you
the
know,
suspensions,
contract,
expulsions,
or, you know,
right.
that kind of,
Yeah,
that's
that's-
not,
That's
it's,
my-
it's the bigger stuff.
Yeah.
It's not the, you know, if you have to replace a document, or you have, right, excuse me, I'm
no,
sorry.
no, you're right.
So, I'm sorry, the discussion that was, something was gonna happen every other week. Was that? Mr. Superintendent?
So I meet with Dr. Gale on Monday afternoon. So everything that's already on the agenda, we review. Now, there's some things that may get added, or I might say, this is sitting ready to go, let's pull this. But there's no reason we can't all do that together and just go through what we have as of Monday afternoon that's placed on there, right, Michelle? Or you tell me what you think. You're the one that puts this stuff together.
It would have to be noticed if we're all.
Sure, of course.
Because it is a meeting. It's doable, but we would technically be meeting every week for school board business.
Because you'd have the meeting 1 week and this the other week.
Yeah, well, as opposed to twice, and, because now we're meeting Monday after, we're doing 4 meetings anyway.
Right.
But it's,
Correct.
But you might want to make it, you're going to still want to have your time with staff to say, no, I'm not ready for that, without everybody.
yeah.
So, but if you made it Tuesday or, you know, Tuesday afternoon, I don't know, sorry.
Suzanne wants to
Tuesday
speak.
is the same day that the board agenda is published.
Roseanne?
I would certainly go with the will of the group on this. I actually like what we're doing. Kind of gives your, just for scheduling your own self, you know, you've got this, these are my 2 school board, and it's clumped together, and it's real fresh right before the meeting. I was just saying that I liked something on the agenda, like pre-board work agenda plus topics or workshops, so that we would have a chance to say, can't go on this agenda because it's already been published, but for the next one, could we, you know, this is something that's hanging out there, so, I don't know, I like that personally, but I'll go with the will of the group.
I like the way we're doing, the way it work as it is now. I know there's one group that have the review 1 hour before the real meeting. That's good. I met them. They were telling me they have it one, and so the way we're doing, I like the way we're doing it because at least we have 24 hours the next day.
So how often do you guys have workshops?
We don't know yet, this is our second, right?
You're helping us figure that out.
Okay.
But-
As we decide.
But if we did this week on, you know, that review, whether it happened on Tuesday or Wednesday prior to having the board meeting the next Tuesday, that could be twice a month. We could have a workshop. That would be the workshops.
Well, it sounds to me like that's the piece that's missing, because the agenda review is very targeted, your attorney has recommended, and I don't disagree, it's very targeted to the actual agenda for the board meeting the next day. But the idea of the workshop, which is looser, more conversant, like we're doing right here, sounds like the piece that you don't have built into your schedule on a regular basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
So maybe you want to think about, and not even, I didn't hear everyone say they wanted to do the half an hour one-on-one with you, not because they are opposed to you or anything, but I just didn't hear everybody jump on that. Maybe
I do, but.
one workshop a month with a holding spot, so everybody knows when it is and what it is. Is that something?
See, I think when we left last time, the thought was that we would cut down on the recognition time to workshop items actually at the board meeting.
That is what you discussed.
That's right.
But if the workshop at the board meeting is part of the problem because they feel like it's for
Well,
whatever
then we
reason.
ended up with a 3-hour board meeting because, so we have no idea, I think, what's coming on board meeting night. So I think to try to tack it onto the end, we might run into what we ran into.
No, I agree. But I'm
Tuesday.
talking about when we left the last time, the plan was for us to try to incorporate it
Right.
into
That's what
the
they
board
said,
meeting.
to limit
So-
time.
So that doesn't work so well. So now let's go to plan B.
Well,
G.
it might work if I'm not sure it's feasible timing wise, but it might work if you pick one topic and, and not so many. But by the time we got to a topic that was really, really important, we were worn out. Not that we could have stayed till 10 or 11, but I didn't think we had the energy to take on that particular topic, which is really important.
So we can control that because those were our topics and we can decide that we want one workshop or 2 workshops, right? And I think what we were trying to do with the 4 that we had last night before, how many we have? 3?
3.
Okay, that was too many.
Plus
That
the
was
2
bad.
reports to be heard.
Bad. Okay, so with that being said, we can decide that we don't, 3, that's too many. We had no idea how long the folk were going to talk, and the folk needed to talk. We needed to hear them. So I know in my mind that the decision that we made to end the meeting when we did was the right thing to do. And so if we decide that when the weather and the atmosphere in the room is right, and we have workshops scheduled, we can hold our workshops. And when it is not, then we can do what we did last night, come back and think of another time, but to put them on there, because these are things that we still want to workshop.
Do you adjourn the formal meeting and then start the workshop?
No.
we didn't.
No, we
had it on the
have
agenda.
it tacked on at the end of the agenda, and the audience generally leaves and the staff stays with us, and we go into our workshop presentations.
Because if you had, let's say you had 3 topics for a workshop, then really the only staff members that would need to stay would be the 3 that are associated with those topics. The rest ought to be able to feel free to go home.
They sure ought to be.
I mean, am I wrong, Mr. Superintendent?
They ought to be.
No, I've asked them. No, I've asked them to go home before. I think they're just so used to staying until the bitter end. They just grind it out
They've
and
just
stay.
been loyal.
Well,
You know-
and it says somewhere in here, I underlined it, it said meetings will end on time.
Yeah, some
We don't have
We
an
don't have an
ending
ending time.
Some districts do. They have a starting time and an ending time.
We can
So you
have
could
one.
set a time certain for workshops and then at the end, that's why we talked about putting persons to be heard at the end, but then
Yeah, we changed that.
you did.
I don't think you'd want to set a time certain for workshops on a board meeting night, because the board meeting actually trumps the workshop. I mean, that's the business of the district that must get done. Am I wrong, Mr. Attorney?
No, you're not.
So
Lots of it ends up on the
it
consent
sounds like you're
agenda.
trying to do too much in not enough time. That's what it sounds like. And my experience with the agenda that you prepared for the workshop last time, and even my agenda that you've prepared for today's workshop, you've got a whole lot of stuff and you don't have the time to cover it all. So that's really what I think your inherent problem is, and you need to really sort of figure out, you need to focus on your board meetings on board meeting nights. The issue of getting to the workshop hanging over your head, if that somehow truncates conversation for the board meeting, you need to think about that, because the board meeting is an important event in your community. It is the business of the district. Workshops are important too, because that's where the conversation comes and that's where the direction for staff comes. But they both need to have due diligence for them, and sounds like you're trying to do too much in too short of a time. Ms. Wood?
I still think we could do pre-agenda review in 1 hour, and we could have a workshop in 1 hour,
On that same day,
same day.
I do too.
okay?
Do that.
How do you guys feel about that?
We feel good, don't we?
And then we just set it
Well,
one day
well-
the week before the meeting, Tuesday, Wednesday, or whatever y'all think's
Jeff
best.
says he
I
doesn't
thought
feel
we
good.
stuck.
No, you're talking about the Monday before a board meeting, having agenda review and adding a workshop on at the end of that. That's what we're talking about?
That's what I just heard.
That's fine.
And when you said 1 hour, that's when we go to the starts and ends on time?
Yeah.
We're doing an agenda review for 1 hour. When that 1 hour is up, we're moving into the workshop.
So you want to stay on the Monday, the day before?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'll go along with it.
If we could try it again, if we don't think that works.
At least you
change
have the
again.
workshop at the end, which could help you get some of your questions answered that you're looking for. So maybe
We
you
just-
try it.
right, we just need to go a little earlier. We need to start at 3. 3 to 5.
Is that doable for everyone?
3 to
3 to 5 on Monday, 1 hour agenda review, 1 hour workshop.
Okay.
And
Okay.
sometimes it would be not even staff having to prepare something, it's just talk. You know? These are things we're hearing, these are things we'd like to talk about, where the staff doesn't always feel like they have to have a big.
If we workshop, we need to find out what items are important.
Right, I mean, the
Rather than
items should
just,
be.
hey,
there.
She's got a chart moving, as
Right.
I understand it.
Right, we do. We have a list, this,
Yeah.
you know, this list.
And that's how you kind of move right through it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we're gonna have regular communication from the superintendent every 2 weeks, and it's via a meeting, and it's the workshop, which is at the pre-agenda the day before the meeting.
And then once a month individually.
Once a month individually, you guys are good with too?
Yes, thank you.
Half an hour?
Yes, thank you.
Starts in time and ends on time. Half an hour means a half an hour. Don't go in there and take 40 minutes of his time, because he's got other things going on.
Oh, Sharonda's good, she's very good.
Okay. You guys okay with that? All right, so 2 things so far. You're moving the you're having a workshop
Yes,
at the back end of your agenda review.
yes.
So agenda review, 1 hour, workshop, 1 hour. Those are on Monday prior to the board meeting.
You have a question?
And then half an
Okay.
hour monthly per board member.
Question.
Would there be, just for clarification, would there be an opportunity, or do you want an opportunity for workshops after the board meeting? It's number 25. It's within the time of the board meeting. I know it's going to depend upon what's on the agenda.
You mean, in addition, they'll have this one, but to get through some of those other items, they'll still try to plan one after the board meeting?
I have a suggestion. Could we, as the topic of our first workshop, be to look at that list and the calendar and figure out when we want to tackle those 39 issues that we came up with? However many are there?
We've
What-
done quite a bit.
Which, the list that we originally came up with, is that, okay,
But you've done quite a bit, which I appreciate.
yeah.
That may or may not be in keeping with our idea of what priorities time-wise are, but I know that has to fit in with your other responsibilities and the timing of those things. But I'm just getting back to the fact that we had we had too many last week, or this week, whatever day this is.
Well, and I certainly take whatever responsibility I need to take for that, because I was trying to get us out and get our way of work into the atmosphere so that we could work. So I graciously received that wonderful criticism, because I said, put it down, this is what we and they want to do. But we can back up a little bit and slow it down, right? Okay, that's what happened.
Okay.
Good.
So let's move through this. When there's a school emergency, a lockdown, a fire, how does the board expect to be notified? Do you know? Do you know?
We usually call them.
Or
Phone call.
or a text.
From Chris Petley.
Petley
Text.
text.
Everyone's okay with that?
Yes.
All right,
we
moving
like to
on.
text.
How about a student emergency, an injury, an arrest, same thing?
Text, same
Yes,
thing.
that happened.
And everyone's okay with that?
Yes.
Wait.
Not every
Hold on,
single
hold on.
one.
No, that would be, every time a kid gets hurt.
No.
No, but Chris Petley's good about sending
Yeah,
us when there's
there-
something major, we
it's
get it.
common, it's just common
Common
sense.
sense, yeah.
You know, and from time to time, we'll screw up and common sense should have told you to contact us. Well,
If there's a helicopter flighting a
Yeah.
kid from a school,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the kind of
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
Lockdown.
Something that you're gonna hear about in the grocery store.
kids
Is that
with
fair
a
to say?
gun on
If
campus or.
it's about to go, here's a criteria. If it is about to go out on the parent listserv at that school, like letting every parent know that there's a gunman in the area, we would probably like to know that. If the media has inquired, and I've asked for this a bunch of times, if whenever a staff member talks to a member of the press, why can't they just simply send a quick text or email that says, FYI, reporter so-and-so from such and such news outlet is inquiring about this topic. Point of contact is so-and-so if you have any questions. Something. Because if the press has it, they're calling us next. They got us on speed dial. And then I
I mean, if they
go,
ask Jillian about textbook adoption or.
If
I
they're
mean,
coming out to do a report on it, it's
Yeah.
gonna be on the news.
because they'll call
They're
us
gonna
for a
call us,
quote.
too. I mean,
And
it's-
then a lot of, now, thankfully, I have most of them in my thing, and I call Petley first and say, what are they calling about? But it would be immensely helpful, if a member of the press is talking to you guys about anything, just a quick email that says, news inquiry regarding blank topic.
But now, wait a minute, isn't that the superintendent's job?
It is the superintendent's job, but when a board member calls, it's a call from the press about it. The board member can either be on board with the superintendent and the staff and be singing
Right.
the same song, or the board member can just go say whatever they want.
Right.
And I think what the board members are asking is to know kind of what's going on so they can sing
So
from
we
the
don't go off
same
the
sheet of
chain.
paper.
Yep.
That's,
We can be on the same page or not.
How often do these press inquiries happen? A few times a week?
No.
No,
A few times a day?
No.
no.
It's maybe monthly, maybe every other month. It's
No,
not
no,
that
no,
often.
you
It
have-
just-
It goes in waves.
But when it
You have
happens-
members of you have press that are all the time. We're in the newspaper. We have reporters talking about stuff going on at schools. We have reporters talking about stuff going on out here.
I think we're talking about when it's going to be something that's controversial or
Right.
that
I mean, I don't want to read it out in the paper and not have any idea. I mean,
If
Dr.
they're
Gale,
writing
how
an
many
article,
how long
we
have I
want
been
to
saying
know
this?
before it? We want to know when the staff is aware there's an article being written on something, and it usually is not. They call for comment and then they go to press. It's usually a story they're doing on whatever. We need to know about it because they will call us.
No, I understand that. You don't want to hear about it in the grocery store or read about it in the paper, but neither does the
Bingo.
superintendent. So staff is telling you, but there's also levels. I hear what he's saying. There's levels of communication because sometimes
Yeah,
there.
if it's something that's not positive, usually yes. I mean, if it's something about the butterfly garden at Gretchen
Well,
Everhart
yeah,
or something about, you're right. So
Right.
if it's something that's not positive usually, then yes,
But on the
I
other hand,
wanna-
if it's something to brag about, back to winking at somebody in the dark, the robot thing, right? I would have loved to have known about that before, right? I mean, if it's a big innovative thing, right?
they're spying on us. They're watching. Elf on the Shelf. Yeah, I didn't know about that one. I mean, sometimes things happen in our schools and reporters get to principals. If they go talk to Rosie, I don't know that Rosie just automatically alerted, oh, by the way, maybe she did, doing a story on whatever
My
at
wonderful
Sale.
students in such and such a class, yeah.
Yeah, the art program at Sale or whatever.
And that's true, but the robot came. Stu Greenberg had a direct. That was a very lively conversation with him and an awesome topic. We just had no idea.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I didn't even know it was coming out. So,
But if a text to you and copying with us
Yeah, okay.
that says.
that's fair. That's
Right.
fair.
But it's the bigger issues.
Yeah.
It's the bigger
Yes.
issues that are controversial issues that
not
you know you're going to
day-to-day.
hear about, not the everyday issues.
right.
or something we might like to come to.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yeah,
And you
good.
board members receive packets and supporting documentation how many days prior to the board meeting?
7,
That comes out every time, 7 days?
religiously.
Oh, I know that's what it says, but that doesn't mean that's what happens in every
No,
district.
It happens.
It does.
It does. They add
Okay.
things later.
But
Comes
that's,
out on board docs, it's available.
but that's okay.
Did they-
What were you saying about adding things?
No.
Well, I think if you know you're going to make, like, let's just say, for example, a personnel change, and you know about it a month ahead, and then you wait and put it on the agenda the night before, that isn't a part of our transparency thing. So when you know you're gonna, I think it's better to come out sooner than later if you're gonna make moves. I'm just using that as an example.
Is there a problem with agenda items getting added after it's been published? That's the question.
In the past, there has been. I would, hopefully will be better moving forward.
What do the rest of you think?
I agree.
The personnel items, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. But
Well, when you appointed 2 new principals, and you knew, I'm just using this as an example, but it didn't, and we asked at agenda review, what changes are there going to be? And you told us that day. So that was fine, but then they didn't show up on the agenda till the following day.
I think I did. I just didn't have a chance because I had just come in to notify the people that were coming and going and leaving until then.
Okay.
I think I actually notified you all before I even talked to them. I can't remember how that one played out.
That's certainly.
It's fine.
We
It's,
want
I'm-
them to know first.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Well, because that's a public document, so.
Sure.
anybody can go on there and look and see, well, you're moving.
But legally, how do we get around the 7-day thing?
It's an addition.
Well, the law is that in the APA, you are supposed to have your agenda published and available 7 days in advance. And any changes to it after the 7 days have to be justified for cause, okay,
By the chair.
by the chair, okay, in the meeting. Now, we don't worry too much about explaining why we're adding an expulsion,
Right.
why we're adding some of these little routine things, because it's just the way it is. The board approves the agenda, okay, and away we go. So where we get concerned is if it's something that someone will later claim
They
is
didn't
an
have sufficient
invalid
notice.
decision because it was not
Properly
properly
noticed,
noticed.
okay.
So we've had situations where there was a property purchase or a policy adopted, and the only reason, the main reason we were able to defend that and prove in court that it was valid is because it was on the agenda 7 days in advance. So legally, it's really, really best to have it there 7 days in advance. If it can't be there 7 days in advance, we need to have a good reason for it to be there. But it also is an appearance thing. If we publish the agenda 7 days in advance and all of a sudden are adding 13 items to the agenda, it starts to reflect on sort of our organizational ability and so forth. So in a perfect world, we'd set the agenda, it would be done, there would be no changes to it. That's not practical. We're gonna have an expulsion, we're gonna have some documentation. that
A
needs
few
to
little
be
contract
changed out.
changes, yeah.
Those kinds of little ticky-tack things are okay. But we had a settlement, a lawsuit settlement, that came to us Thursday before the Tuesday agenda. We advised to not put that on the agenda because it's a big deal. And we wouldn't want the public to say, why didn't we know about this? Why are you putting this on at the last minute, blah, blah, blah. So there's some judgment.
So
in
the
there.
changes and additions go through you guys first. I mean,
No, not always, sometimes.
my only advice to you, not having anything to do with your administration, but my past experience, would be if you're holding off on something and you're holding it close to your vest for a reason, you might want to just run it by them.
The only time usually things will get pulled, like in this case, we decided not to add. I would never throw an item on at the last minute. The only thing that sometimes personnel, those could come on later than a week ahead. And I'm not sure
That was a practice that
so
our former superintendent
Right.
liked because he thought,
It happened to you.
oh, I trust me, I know it, and I'm not. So I'm trying.
I know.
But I got to be sensitive to the people it affects, you know. So, but it's
Personnel aside, it's when you start getting 5, 6, 7 other action items that the board then has a conversation with the superintendent and says, listen, we need to get these things a little sooner. And the superintendent probably has a conversation with staff saying we need to get these things a little bit
and
sooner.
I will say, in defense of everybody here, we don't get many of those. We really don't. The things that we get are small modifications.
The health department changed a little sentence in the
We
contract.
realized that there was this wrong on that page.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, but we got to guard against just making a bunch of changes the day before. That looks bad.
Well, and it's important for the superintendent to hear your philosophy on that. It's important for staff to hear your philosophy on that. And I will tell you, some districts, it does get excessive. I don't know if you hear from your colleagues, but in some districts, it does get excessive. And in some districts, the boards end up saying, no, we're not going to take those changes because they've asked the things to come back sooner. And at some point, they have to say no in order to make the effective change to get things in on time. If it's a matter of people just not meeting deadlines, that's a management problem.
Yeah.
So you guys work on the agenda issues.
And I don't think, since Rocky's been around, we've had any tactical,
Right.
things done for tactical reasons.
That's my point.
I'm not that smart.
Well,
You don't have the time. Okay, let's move on. Board members receive regular, do you guys receive regular budget monthly expenditure reports?
In the
Yes.
agenda, in the board
In the,
meeting.
Part of the board meeting, part of the board packet, every month you get them, correct?
correct?
All right, all board members receive the same information. One board member's request for additional information results in all board members receiving or having the same access to information.
If it's written down, yeah.
Which is why I would like to return to the written answers for agenda review, but
Except you're all in the room on that.
But
Am I missing something?
In my experience, the written responses give staff the time to more thoughtfully prepare something that I can refer back to later, including the following night. And when I don't have a written response, it may or may not.
Are you
know,
talking
we-
about like a question on the agenda that you?
Yeah, the old way that we did it was we would submit our questions, Dr. Gale would get everybody's answers, and we'd get written responses. And now they're having to come and give a response verbally and in person. But I especially appreciated, like Bev did that spreadsheet on charter schools the other day. That was really helpful. So I'm just saying,
I'm still wanting to understand.
so the written response is now gone.
Yeah.
Whereas a written, so we could do both. Would you like a written response and then we can come
Well, I
and
don't,
discuss it?
wait, I'm
I
not
thought we
sure
were getting
that's,
written responses,
It was
I'm
that,
sorry.
they were that big. It was not a big deal. It was,
wait.
you know, it was a question and a written response. And it was maybe 6 to 10 sentences usually. So Bev would have written 6 to 10 sentences on what I
That's
asked
all we're
about.
still getting that.
we're not.
We're not getting that, but now we're discussing them out, you know, the response, they come and present a response.
Well, then
So is
that-
there any reason they can't put their summary on the questions and I mean, if that's what, I like the verbal because it instigates conversation.
Then I need to be on the same page with everybody else. I'm missing something, Jeff. I'm sorry. I thought we were still getting written responses to questions.
No,
I have,
see, ask Dr. Gale.
No, my understanding was, once we went to agenda reviews where we convened before the agenda that Monday, before we had the school board meeting, staff would come and give their responses and not
Okay.
have written. You see the written questions. Now, it might be a little bit confusing because Bev received a question from school board Vice Chair Strickland, and she sent me an answer back in writing. So I provided that. But my understanding before the show, the reason that we did the written responses was because we didn't have a face-to-face
Right.
agenda review.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
right.
That makes sense,
yeah.
because otherwise you'd be using staff's time twice. And so that's really the question is, are you getting more out of the verbal conversation? And if so, do you need the written response? Because in truth, you're asking staff now to do it twice.
Well, you know, maybe if we got the written responses sooner and that satisfied the thing, then that poor person wouldn't have to come to the agenda review.
how would I know that though?
And predominantly, they're my questions, so I can respond to this. When I receive
That's
written
just now.
responses, I would say 9 times out of 10, it provoked another question in my mind. So I very much, I mean, I pushed very hard for agenda review. I wanted it the 2 years that we didn't have it, and I see a lot of benefit out of it. If not for anybody else, just for my own well-being and my own knowledge about what it is that's going on. So I really like that we're having a
The
verbal
verbal.
piece. Yes, I'm not opposed to the written, you know, like I said, the responses were usually 6 or 7 sentences, and I was like, well, this isn't, I want a little more. And so the verbal is good.
I don't know. I can live with it.
The question is staff time. I mean, that's really what we're.
But if they're preparing their answer for a verbal thing, to type it up is, they're having to think of an answer anyway. But I can live without it. It's
All right,
fine.
if it comes later that you feel you need it, well, you can bring it back up again.
So when we get these answers to these questions, are these answered questions given to all other staff or just the staff member that question goes to? I'm trying to pull together the past with the present right now. Yes.
Normally, once the agenda is published,
Right.
then I let school board members know, even though they get an automated email from
Yes.
board docs, I let them know that
Right.
the agenda is published. If they have any questions, to get them to me by a certain time,
Right,
so that I can get them to staff in
Right.
a timely manner.
right.
so that we can they can be prepared. So the questions go, to answer your question, School Board Chair, they go to the people that they have put the particular school board agenda item with. And then they come to the meeting to provide that answer.
It's basically giving them advance warning, here are the questions on your agenda item that you're going to be able to answer.
Exactly.
Yeah. And they may or may not have written something out. I mean, for me, I might pull some things together, but that doesn't mean, if you want me to write it out, it's going to take me an extra half hour, 40 minutes to make sure it's
That's
worded perfectly, and you're going to distribute it. And
They don't do that. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay, and I'm almost done with
It's fine.
this. So there would be no interest in having others who may not have an answer to my question, even know what my question was, because they don't get it. Okay,
Are any other staff members?
yes.
I can see this.
No, I'm just
the
trying-
finance person gets the finance questions, the
I know.
curriculum person gets the curriculum
Right.
questions,
Yeah,
right?
but they don't get each other's questions. I understand that.
Right,
Okay.
because they wouldn't need them necessarily, right?
Okay, they just.
I'm asking.
Well,
Goes to the
That-
expert.
I
There are
see, I
times
would
when-
think if I were in their position, oh my goodness, I just want to know what's going on, just because I could know. Not that it was going to require anything of me, but I want to know that, oh, Joy Bowen is asking questions about whatever and whatever, and it's not in my area, but it would be good information to have.
But
That's
now
all
they
I'm
can hear it
saying.
in the workshop, so.
They can hear it in the workshops?
Agenda review.
Now, in the agenda
Agenda
review.
review.
I
Okay.
mean, now they can hear it.
All right,
Everybody can
thank
hear
you.
the same thing.
All right, I'm good.
Okay, so I'm going to move on.
Okay,
And
yes.
the question, the next item that is listed here is board members treating each other with respect and board members treating staff with respect. And I want to make sure, A, first, do board members feel like they're treating each other with respect?
I treat everything with respect. Now, they'll have to answer for themselves, won't they?
Well, the way you act might be your interpretation of
That's-
respect, but they
that's
may be
right.
receiving it in a different way.
So
She's
let's
right
hear
about
it.
that. She's wonderful.
No.
But if there are issues with respect towards each other, this is the time we need to talk about it.
Well,
Not hearing anything?
I think, there's a body of research that talks about groups forming, and it's forming, storming,
Storming, norming,
norming, and
performing.
performing. We're storming a little bit right now because we're trying to figure it out, but that's normal. That's not because we're mean or hateful or disrespectful or, we're trying to figure it out. And most days I remember to extend grace because I believe that he really is drinking from a fire hose. Not every day, but I try. But that, I think this is the first time most of these people have been through this in more than 10 years.
right.
And, he's trying to figure it out, we're trying to figure it out. They're trying to figure it out, right? And that's,
Yeah. And I appreciate that, Dee Dee, I really do, and it's time now for Honesta to step forward, because I think that is what's happening here. And I will just tell you, I remember what it felt like to be new on this board and asking all of the questions that Alva has been asking, all 3 million of them. And I don't hold that against you at all, but at first I went, oh my Lord, that's the truth, Alva. But you know what? You have a right to do that, and nobody else is willing to say. I can't speak for anybody else. But I think if you're going to learn what we do, then you have to ask those questions. And so that's why I try to respect everybody. And I see where you're coming from, And so I just needed to throw that in right now because I think that we're fairly honest with each other. And I think that we can ask as many questions as we want because it helps us all sometimes to be even reminded, okay? You're welcome.
And Dee Dee, that research about how teams form and they start at storming, the way to get from storming to norming is to set norms and protocols, which is exactly what you're doing. And so we're trying to transition you from that storming stage into the norming stage because you can't get to performing until you get through
I just
norming.
wanted to say it for the benefit of everybody in the room, though, that, this is normal for
100 times
a
over.
group to figure it out. I mean, I facilitate professional development all the time, and this is not, I hope you're not feeling like, oh my God, which you might be, but that's okay, because you're storming and norming too, right? So,
In truth, for us with the School Boards Association, any one change on a board, it doesn't, this time you guys happen to have 2 changes, but last time you had 1 change when Alva came on. Anytime you have 1 change on the board, you go through that whole process.
Absolutely.
And you have to go through that process in order to get to where you want to be. So you're
Right.
absolutely correct on that. Let me ask Mr. Superintendent, board members treat staff with respect. If staff were surveyed, what would the staff's,
I think they would say, yes, they do treat them with respect. But I think time, not that they're overly needy, but I think there needs to be just if they could be respectful of their time, because they are pushed, and they don't get to storm back. They just get stormed on by me or and they're awesome. They're wonderful. But this whole process, like Dee Dee said, there was predecessor was in place for a decade. They were used to a one way of work. Now I'm new. This is all new, and the anxiety level is very high with employees. Am I going to have a job at the end of June? Am I not going to have a job? Do I need to do this? Do I need to do that? But it was funny. I was talking to my wife Christy about that. That's how teachers feel. Teachers don't know if they have a job until like the end. You get the pink slip, or you get to come back. So. But there's a lot of anxiety when it comes to employment and in their future. And these are adults, and I'm trying to be very respectful of that and figuring out as I move through my organizational structure. But I really believe by the end of June, and slowly with bringing Jillian in, and I'm going to bring 2 more recommendations for assistant superintendents at the end of March. So we'll build a leadership team. And you have Dr. Henderson, who's retiring at the end of June. You have Mr. Youngblood, who's retiring at the end of June. So there's a lot of moving. Personnel is right now the biggest thing. And when you say what's going on, I have a feeling everybody what's he doing? Am I staying? Are they going? Are they staying? Who's running this? Who's doing that? Where I haven't even figured all that out yet. I have a skeleton in my mind, and I'm still meeting. Like I met with Dr. Moore for transportation. What are your plans? What do you want to do? He's in drop. I'm in this. So it's still meeting through all the key players to find out what they want, and then see where the pieces fit. And it's going to be a process. And I just ask for patience, and I'm not going to hide anything. But I also have to be respectful of the people of these people that are out here. And when people, when politicians come in, and I hate to use that word, you either clean house and you play with somebody else, and you bring in your own team. Like everybody's, where's your team? Where's your team? This is my team, and I made that decision. And I'm not that guy to begin with, but I have to figure them out, and they have to figure me out, and it's just going to take some time. And so I would say just be respectful of their time, and I know we have board members that are, and I'm not going to say which one. You're retired. You have a lot of time on your hands. You enjoy going on walks and things. But just
Really good in a light green shirt.
no names, but the initials are RW.
No. But look, Rosie and I have a great relationship. So, but it's just, and I have to be respectful of their time too. But they have really, really tough jobs, and they, outside of all this, outside of the superintendent board relationship stuff.
Yes, as a matter of fact, they actually have performance objectives, and they have
a lot of
deliverables without the board superintendent relationship being any part of it. You're absolutely right.
And we all have
And I don't want to, and I'm not, but I don't want to, you have to talk, like if you go to talk to a principal, the principal has to call me and all that checking and stuff. I don't care about that. I've just asked you to be just respectful of their time.
Let's move down to other superintendent expectations. Looking at number 2 there, the direction is only given at a board meeting when a majority of the board votes to give direction. Do you feel as though there's a problem with individual board members giving you direction separate and apart from the full board at a
I don't
meeting?
think they necessarily give me direction. They give me their thoughts on different issues and different concerns that they have and things that they'd like to see me address. Whether it's some of the schools they represent given their different districts, or some things that they hear from their constituents, or I think it's just the sharing of information. Now there will be some direction if we'll just use the elementary school grading and elementary school recess, that those are more firm direction. I like to see us go in this direction on these particular issues. But we're gonna, you know, I've never worked with a board before. I've never.
Welcome.
Right, you know,
I have a question about that.
Okay.
I'll just use the other night's example. I hate to even bring it up. Okay, so we had the whole adult ed thing, and some of us were saying, why don't you do this, why don't you do that? And I said, listen, I would like a cost analysis. Well, that was just me saying, I would like a cost analysis. And I didn't really know afterwards, are we going to get a cost analysis? Or was that just me talking, saying that's what I want?
My interpretation of that is that's you talking, just saying what you want.
That's what
Yeah.
I really thought about. Well,
And most superintendents would, if you don't give direction, there are other things on their agenda.
I mean, would we have needed, in that just example, to say, take a vote on it? Or, you know, how do you make something more than just one board member would like this versus everybody on the board, even though they're nodding their heads? You know
If
what
the
I'm saying?
superintendent needs direction, you need to give direction, right? So that means, first off, let me ask you a question. Was what you were talking about something that was advertised on the agenda?
It was not, it was in response to people who came and spoke at the board.
Persons to be heard at the end, not an agenda item.
It was not agenda.
Okay, so somebody brought up something and then you responded to what they brought up.
And then
Yes.
I turned, and, I mean, I'm using mine, said, we'd like this. And
those
then-
people
and
left.
And the chair summarized it. Well, I think, you know, we're asking for this, and she said the cost analysis and a couple other things. It was unclear to me then, is that, I mean, she did say, this is what we expect, kind of.
Let me ask the superintendent, how did you take that?
that I would give them a cost, I would try to gather some more numbers for them and give it to them to justify the decision I made to.
So you took it as a directive because the chair summarized in that way.
She did.
What I'll tell you is that's one of the biggest problems that board members have. And as I was driving over here, I was talking to a board member in another county, and she said, at the board meeting the other night, I said thus and such, and nothing has happened. And I said, well, did the other board members agree with you? Did you give the superintendent direction? Because otherwise, it's truly just one person talking. And the superintendent has got to prioritize items, and if only one board member is looking for something, no offense to you, and it might be a great idea,
No, I
but that's
understand that.
not where the priority of time, of someone's staff time needs to go. So directives have to be very clear, number one, so that he can meet them, because it's not fair to him if you're expecting it and he didn't hear a clear directive. And number two, if you're ever concerned, you can ask your fellow board members, are we in agreement? Can we make sure that this is a clear directive to the superintendent? Talk to your attorney, Mr. Attorney, do I need a motion for this, or is it clear enough? You know, based on whether something's agended or not, but it really needs to be very clear, because superintendents will tell you that that lack of clarity causes more confusion and relationship damage than anything else, that single issue.
And that's why I brought it up, because it seemed to me we needed to be clear, and I liked what the chair did, was kind of feeling the room and saying, this is what I heard. But it might just be Roseanne saying that, and I would appreciate, does anybody else care about this? And if nobody else cares about it, then the superintendent knows, well, that's just.
But I also think the superintendent has a responsibility, especially if it's going to take a lot of staff time for what you guys are asking for. Sometimes boards will ask for reports and not realize that it's going to take
Right.
25 hours worth of work. And then the superintendent needs to say, board, I'm happy to get you the information you want. I just need you to know that's going to take 25 hours of work, and right now we're in the middle of testing season. Do you really want me to tell these people to take 25 hours of their work away from focus on testing to do this? And most times the board will say, no, that's not what we're saying. And then you sort of
Negotiate.
work somewhere in the middle on that. But it really does have to be clear. Otherwise, the superintendent,
Yeah, got it.
my experience with superintendents is they want to do what the board wants, and they want to give the board members information. But boy, when it's not clear what they're looking for, it causes problems.
Let me ask you this, because you deal with superintendents that are probably both elected and appointed. When it comes to placing items or bringing items forward as a policy recommendation from us, so board members might weigh in, Roseanne might say, I want us to have a policy on recess, and in my mind I'm thinking, well, I don't want a policy on recess, so I'm not going to recommend a policy on recess, so they won't ever get to vote on a policy on recess, right? So and that's not the case here because we do want to bring a policy on recess.
I
But there may
saw, I
be-
saw a draft.
But there may be
Clarify
another,
that.
but there may be another issue with another policy that 1 or 2 or 5 of them want to see, but I'm like, I don't agree with that. I just don't think it's the right thing to do. But the recommendation has to come from me, so that's
You can
almost like
recommend no.
Huh?
You can recommend no.
I think it,
I don't understand
well,
what
first of all, I don't know why we're having this discussion, because we haven't actually had this problem yet. We're talking about a problem that has not occurred in the 14
We're
years that I've
being
been school board.
proactive.
Okay, so I think it's real important on that. This is an issue that lawyers all over the state disagree on. Okay? And I would prefer that it not become an issue that is litigated in Leon County, okay? The
I would
way-
agree with him.
The way we have gotten around that is for there to be good communication. And usually when the board says, we'd really like to have a policy about spotted dogs on campus, the superintendent says, well, let me take that back and think about it and I'll get back with you, okay? And sometimes the superintendent comes back and says, I've thought about it and I'm gonna recommend policy on that. Or, I've thought about it, here's a policy, I'm gonna recommend you don't adopt it, okay?
That's what I meant.
But you get a recommendation from the superintendent, okay? He may not be in favor of it, but he's made a recommendation, okay? Now, there are superintendents around the state who say, I don't have to do that. I ain't gonna do that, okay? And what happens when that happens?
Law, litigation.
Litigation, okay? Or the board decides to assert itself in different ways. Okay, you don't want to do that? Guess who controls the budget?
Yep.
Guess who can decide which positions in the district office we just don't need anymore, okay? So there's lots of ways to play the game. The answer to this
Is
is
good communication,
collaboration and communication and avoid those kinds of issues. So, again, I think we're talking about something that hasn't happened, and if we do this right, it won't happen.
That's right.
But I think it's good that we're talking about it because when Mr. Neola came in here the other
Yeah,
day.
Mr. Neal.
So he said something about what the superintendent doesn't recommend it. Well, then it was almost like, well, Rocky, why'd you invite him here? Well, I didn't even know the guy. I just met the guy. I didn't invite him here. So he said that, so it opened up the conversation.
Right.
But it does. I didn't know I could recommend that you not adopt a policy. That's great. So whenever I think they have
Your harebrained idea, fine, I'll put it on
right,
the
exactly.
agenda.
I recommend that you
recommend
not
no.
adopt a policy on spotted dogs. I
Yes.
love that because I didn't feel, I'm like, how am I going to recommend something that I really don't believe in?
Well, it's just, let's take 20 minutes of recess, okay? Just hypothetically, let's say the board decides they really want to have a policy that says 20 minutes of recess. And you and your staff and everybody says, we don't want to do it. I think you can bring them what they want and recommend against it.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's awesome. I didn't know I could do that.
And you can
then-
have your staff testify as to why.
And,
Right.
Right,
And then y'all get to
exactly.
vote on it.
Yeah.
He
And-
should.
you know, but at the end of the day, the board is the policy-making entity here. And the superintendent is the chief executive officer, and we just don't need to get into
No, this makes me feel much better. I'm good.
this turf.
No, I'm good now. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm not signing off on that policy. I'm not recommending that nonsense. Or I'm recommending you not adopt the policy.
But I've also
I don't know if that ever happened.
But there, I'm sorry.
Well,
As we said, never, 14 years
See,
ago.
the policy-making process is not just let's vote, you know.
Let's talk about it.
It's, we're proposing a policy. It goes to DAC, okay? It has to go for a public hearing.
You have to notify affected parties.
It's a
It's incumbent.
90-day, 60-day process. So what some boards think they can do is just come to a meeting and
Pass it.
decide, okay, let's take out a piece of paper. We're gonna write a policy tonight on spotted dogs and adopt it. You can't do that. It needs to go through the
It goes
process.
through the process.
And if along the way the superintendent wants to go to the DAC and say, I really would appreciate it if you guys would recommend against this.
Right.
You know, well then, he can do that, but it's
And-
communication.
And my word of caution there would be, let's say we're in a different county and you had a really adversarial relationship with one specific board member, and that one board member insisted on something, but nobody else wanted to be put in the position of having to vote for or against that topic. So you don't just put something on the agenda just because one board member demands it. I mean, the process.
Because in our monthly private meeting, we had that conversation. You go, I think she's an idiot.
Or in a workshop, the
he's
chairman
an idiot.
said, do we have consensus to direct staff to develop this
Yes.
policy? No, we don't. Sorry, you lose out on this
There
one.
you go. That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
even better.
That has happened.
Yes, that has happened.
That has happened.
All right.
Okay, moving on. Board members will read all supporting documentation before the board meeting. Mr. Superintendent, is that a problem? Do board members come to meetings prepared?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ask Jillian.
And you feel confident with the board members calling staff members when they have questions with the current process?
See, I think, I like to talk about that. I think they're okay. It's at what level do we, what levels do we stop? So at the end of the day, I'm going to end up with X number of assistant superintendents. So I think by that time, we'll get to X number, that's their point of contact. They know that Assistant Superintendent Gales does this, Assistant Superintendent Gregory does that, Assistant Superintendent X,
Does what?
right?
Yep.
And they can go to that Assistant Superintendent that oversees that area. That would be, to me, a good way of
And
working.
when this is finalized, you'll give us an org chart?
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
I
you're supposed to
promise.
approve an org chart, yeah.
Oh, right.
So, well, I'll present. No, that's important to me. I mean, that's very important to me. I like structure, I like organization, I like things that make sense. So once I figure that out, like I said, in June, and it won't come as all at one time, like we did, there's gonna be some more, it'll be a slow process. It's not on
June 30th.
moving day, Alan, that we all find out, oh, look at the holy cow, It won't be like that.
So their point of contact, when it's all said and done, will
Yeah.
be the assistant superintendents, not the directors or the
Right.
food service manager or anyone like that. Their point of contact will be the assistant superintendent.
Yeah.
What about conversations between the board and if they have a question at a school and calling a principal directly?
I don't care.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And has there been any problem with board members directing principals
You try to direct them.
lately? Is there anything we need to talk about?
No, because they'll call me and go, "What is the deal?" No, I mean, I don't think there's a problem. I don't care if they can talk to principals directly. If they,
Thank you.
and if there's
Yes, thank you,
if there's a
because-
problem,
Thank
then
you,
the
thank
principal.
you.
If it gets to be excessive or whatever, I almost said obsessive. That the principals will let me know, and then we'll just talk about it. Look,
Speaking of this, and if this is okay to ask this
Yeah.
question, as you think about your staff changes, during our half-hour time, if you could give us a heads up on what changes might be coming that would affect each of our districts in terms of principals being moved around or whatever, if you
yeah, and
could put
there's
that into your
and I
thought.
know I don't have to tell you all this, but there's a whole lot of confidentiality in those meetings. Then.
Yes, absolutely,
I mean,
absolutely.
so because the last thing I want
Yes.
is for
Yeah.
No. That's a code of honor that.
And I'd like to get and because I'm not there yet, but I will be. I'm going to start, I think, planning school visits after spring break. Get what you're hearing on, from your constituents about school leadership in the schools that you represent. What are the thoughts? What are your, not that we'll make a change, but we try to fix situations or whatever.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be very important. I really appreciate your saying that, because I think the right, and that's totally your area, the right fit
Yeah.
for individuals that you select to hire to place in these communities will
That's a big
continue
deal.
to make us or break us, and we would be in this together as we are even
Well,
when you're not doing that.
it's one of the
So
most
that's great.
important jobs, and then the principal's most important job is hiring good teachers.
That's right.
That's true.
And if
So-
you're going to hold the principal accountable for those teachers, you got to let them hire them. And if you're going to hold the superintendent accountable for the schools, you got to let him put the staff.
But
where the-
with input from them too.
Thank you
Good.
for that.
And
I
of
mean,
course,
that's a
we're-
courtesy, I know, but I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
and it's a wonderful courtesy, and we appreciate it, and we're not going to lose in diversity in any way. And I didn't get a chance the other night, but we will talk about teacher shortages and stuff, and to build on diversity as you allow your principals to choose whoever. Okay, another topic, sorry.
Right, is the diversity with
Okay.
teachers.
I'm done with that.
There's two other quick things, and then we're gonna get into the agenda stuff, which is, I know, where you guys have a lot of concerns. But looking at number 6, under the superintendent expects, the superintendent expects that the board as a whole will vote to put an item on a future agenda before significant staff time is expended when preparing an agenda item that would impact previously approved goals. So if you've got a strategic plan and you're talking about doing something that would impact that, before staff time has spent a lot of time developing something, the board has to have conversation to direct the superintendent. You guys have to be willing to have some conversations early in the process so that staff time doesn't get expended unnecessarily. Are you looking at what I'm talking about, Dee
Yeah,
Dee?
she's trying to find it.
It's the one I just handed out, it's a loose
She's
sheet.
had it out.
Right. And then both the board and the superintendent, all of you should expect and give no surprises. If you've got something that you don't agree with on the board agenda and it's coming up, the superintendent should know about it before he walks in the room. He should not be surprised by it, in the same way that you don't want the superintendent to drop a bomb on you at that board meeting. That's just a matter of respect, and it's a good way of doing business. Now I'm gonna be on page 2, Dee Dee, on the back. Agenda agreements, here we go.
I had my own copy with notes. That's what I was
Okay.
looking for, because I did my homework.
Good for you.
Well, so did we.
So do you guys know how to get items on an agenda?
Yes.
Now that we've talked about workshops, do you know how to get items on a workshop agenda?
We either,
We didn't, we just call Michelle and say, we want this on the
Put it
agenda,
on
and
there.
she talks to the superintendent.
What do you mean, an item on the agenda? You mean an item to vote on or an item to discuss?
Either one. I've had districts where an individual board member, newly elected, wants to talk about recess, and the board won't put it on a workshop agenda or a board agenda or anything. And every time the board member sits there and says, how am I supposed to get something on the agenda?
Yeah, it can be hard.
I want to make sure you all know how to get something
she
on the
wore him
agenda.
down.
Pardon?
I thought at the last,
That was.
our last workshop, I know it's a joke, but not really.
It's funny you say that, because I finally, I said, just do it. I'm over it, just do it. It's 20 minutes, it's recess, it's kickball, just do it. I got up so
So
many.
there is a wearing down process that occurs.
Evidently, yes, and
But I thought we read the policy at the last board meeting that said either the superintendent or board members can put something on the agenda. So I thought that was clear.
Well,
It's in our school board policy.
It is,
I
it is.
think,
Have
at
it with
every
me, Beth.
board meeting, board members have an opportunity to put anything on they want to for discussion. And they can say whatever they want about it. We have a place for that. A lot of times that yields discussion among board members, and they'll say, you know, that's something we're all interested in. Mr. Superintendent, would you please, bring something back to us so we can vote on it? Sometimes it's a lone voice, and there is no consensus.
Right.
And the superintendent doesn't get direction to bring it back as an item to vote on. Sometimes board members will make a motion at that point to ask the superintendent to put it on the agenda for action, and if there's no second or it fails, it doesn't get on the agenda. But we have a process.
Okay, and everyone knows that process is what I'm making sure of.
Well, I think the way we did it this past time, we agreed at the last meeting, is that if we know in advance, like a concern, continuing concern, or new concern, and we know what the topic is, we go ahead and ask Michelle to put it on there so people kind of know, hey, Roseanne's going to come and talk about this.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be, because it may have just come up that afternoon, because we have the flexibility just to bring it up at the meeting. But if we want to report about something we've been talking about, that's what we did last time. And
As long as no one feels excluded and not having the ability to get something on the agenda. That's the most important thing we want to make sure of.
we'll have to, since I got recess on the agenda,
You're
I just
thinking.
got something you want that you haven't gotten on there.
I think I can get
Jeff, you
something
want to
on
say
there.
something?
I was just, I think, again, it's on the agenda to talk or on the agenda to vote. None of our individual board members have the ability to compel the superintendent to put an item on the agenda for a vote.
That is correct. However, they could make a motion at
They
some
can
point
make a
to direct
motion,
him.
right.
Yeah.
But our board members don't have that unilateral authority.
That's-
Individually,
Individually,
but if we,
as a group,
Yes.
right.
We do.
And when I say on agenda, in my mind, that's a conversation
Okay.
piece. That's not an action piece.
Okay, good.
Okay?
And that's clear.
Does the board and does the board chair and the superintendent meet to review a draft agenda at all?
Well, that was that whole conversation.
Superintendent just prepares the agenda and produces it, okay? How about items on the consent agenda? I will tell you, I spoke to a board member last week, and their entire action agenda is actually under consent unless somebody pulls it, okay? Not every board member does it, not every district does it like that, because I kept thinking I was misunderstanding. So what's on your consent agenda? You should be having some conversation about the types of items you expect would be on consent and would be on action. Most districts have a delineation, and are you happy with what's on the consent agenda? Do you think there's too much, not enough? Some districts have too much action and board members think half that stuff could be on consent, or vice versa. How do you feel about the consent versus action agenda?
I think we have an opportunity to say, I'd like to have this item move from consent to,
Action.
To action.
we can,
we do that.
any one of us can, that's in our policy,
Yeah.
that we can pull it.
That has not been,
My concern is if staff puts something on consent that isn't routine. If it is a routine contract, if it's something we do all the time, and this is not new, this is not controversial, but to stick something that's controversial on a consent agenda, to me, I think we should avoid.
Does that happen?
To try to hide it, you mean?
Yeah.
No, we won't do that. I don't want it.
And we can always pull it, right? We can always pull it onto the.
Yeah, but
But
things.
there have been times, like,
Yeah, so,
Mr. Superintendent?
no, we won't, I won't do that. I'm not, that's not me. I won't, I'm not gonna try to hide anything. So.
so
if
the
they-
old culture of,
If they understand it.
okay.
So, you know, if there are contracts with people and money, PTSAs and stuff that I want to have their input, like, I'll give you an
Like
example.
village architects. when we-
Village architects or world-class schools, or, you know, I want them to buy in or buy out on some of this.
And
okay?
I did
Because-
call you on the village architect when that was not, just like we talked about, there were no surprises. I called Rocky the day before and said, probably gonna be a no on this, I just want you to know why, and can we produce this documentation, or can we hold it a couple of weeks? But it was, you know, it was only by me reading that and knowing about it, and that's, I guess that's why I asked, because like I don't know, it could be great and wonderful and lots of documentation, but I didn't know that at the time. So I think we're overlapping a little bit of old ways versus new ways, and still afraid some of those old ways may creep in, and I don't think that's gonna happen.
and you know, I probably need to think this through just a little bit more before I say it, so Jeff get me out of jail. But,
Don't say that.
don't say it like that. Okay, then let me say it differently. That village architect piece, I hope when we have to deal with a piece like that again, we will process that a little differently. There was nothing wrong with your asking. You should have, you could have, and I could have too. But I think when we have to bring, in my opinion, someone up who works for us and say, what do you do? I had a problem with that. And so I'm hoping that we can think of a way to find out what a job description is, how much we're paying, and how all of this came to be. I was a little bit embarrassed, and maybe that's going to happen again. Maybe there'll be some other contracts out there like that, but I just felt that I would have liked for us to have handled that a little differently, that particular piece at that time. And you don't go back and undo it, but I say that in the future if we can. I felt embarrassed in that that's where we were in that place and time.
And I think anything to that, to that
Yeah.
same vein, anything that we spend money on,
Yeah.
we need to see an ROI on that.
I
What are we
agree.
getting for our money? Where is that money
Okay.
going? Whether it be world-class schools or the foundation, I asked for both
Totally.
of those.
Yeah.
An analysis of how much are we putting in and what's coming back. And so
Right.
this would be anything outside of our traditional school, whatever it is that we do at Leon County Schools, anything that we're sending money to an outside entity, I think we need to see paper on it before it comes in, so that would have been helpful with this item. And
Yeah,
I was
that's
hopeful
another-
that it would be
Paper,
pulled,
but
but it
not
wasn't.
that
Yeah, that's
person.
another question. So I've learned that some people, I guess, think we're the United Way. We're just,
Yeah.
and we're not. We're a school system that is committed to serving students and not community groups and organizations. And so we've entered into a number of, contracts with outside agencies, groups, this and that and the other. And I can easily say, not going to support this, not going to support that, not going to, put the money towards this. But they're at the end, I'll use World Class Schools as an example. So there's an organization we give $50,000 a year to, okay? I can say, I'm not even bringing that to the board. Well, then they'll get all the fallout of, well, how come we didn't even get a chance to talk about it? Why didn't you bring it to us? But then I could, I guess, bring in, I recommend that you not approve this, whatever with World Class Schools. So I'm gonna have to be sensitive to see what's the political fallout, not political fallout,
That
but the
comes to our
fallout
half an hour meeting.
for them, for you all, in
think-
putting this on there or not putting it on there. I think I have to,
I think we need to talk in our half an hour meetings about that.
and then I can get a sense of where you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I think-
again, back to any of those, we need a statistical, and I don't mean a page of fluffy, they all do great things. There's a reason we supported them. But I mean a very statistical cost analysis or ROI. What are we putting in and what is coming back to us? So we're armed with that information before we even have the discussion.
Right.
That would be helpful.
And possibly you even asking them for that may deter some of those repeated requests. I mean, it's possible.
That's true. Yeah.
Because the expectation should be on the organization to provide what you need in
Exactly.
order to justify the funding.
Yeah, you're getting back to data, collect data, and they can show you if it's successful or not successful, if it's working or it's not working. And that's when you collect your data. The data that they select from any project or program will show results.
Well, and another thing too, and I'm not sure where the thresholds are on each of the action items, 25,000, 50,000 or whatever, but I want to reassure them that if it's near that it'll be at the threshold where they have a voice or a say of support. It won't be just under the threshold where we present something that they don't have to.
But it's also possible, Maggie, that a group could show that they're being successful, and he still might not recommend them. And he might not recommend them for any number of reasons. Could be that the school is now doing something that is comparably effective, or it could be that it's a duplication of effort. That doesn't mean that what they did wasn't good. But if it's a duplication of effort, or if there's some other mitigating circumstance, superintendent still may say, this is not where we should best spend that money because we can do it better a different way. So the data may show high effectiveness, and they still might not get the money or the
Okay, yeah,
recommendation.
if the superintendent can show a program that's effective or doing parallel the same, I can understand.
Or a reprioritization.
Right,
That might not be our
right,
priority anymore.
right.
You know, the board in your strategic plan, you may have directed him to focus on reading, and that program was on
Writing.
something else, and we just have to put our money on reading now. So, I mean, there's a number of reasons why it might not come forward that wouldn't necessarily indicate that it's just not an effective program. I just
Right.
wanted to point that out.
You asked, you asked about the balance of consent and non-consent. And I'm brand new on the block, and I'll defer, but I just have to say it one more time. I still think the way we're doing the construction contracts is not the best way we could do it. And I wish that we would, I like the summary, I like Mr. Connell telling us everything, but the way we've structured it is that we have to vote and remove and pass everyone. And if you're just tuning in on the TV, it just looks like, because we never, when it gets to that point, I've been on the board not very long, but it doesn't seem like at that point in that meeting we turn anything down. So
Well, because and now you also have that opportunity in the agenda review to discuss an action item
Right.
and say,
I mean, I wish we could have
That-
that on the,
that's
On
up
the
to you all.
agenda review,
That
and
was a
then we
decision
could-
that was made for other reasons. So if
I
you
know.
all want to change that, we can certainly change that. I
I
mean,
just think it takes up 15 minutes of the agenda where it's just literally a pro forma thing that we're doing by the time it gets to the board meeting. So I understand why it got there, and it was, there's reason for it, but.
But I think it's also now about transparency with the half penny, because we're doing a whole lot more construction than we ever have in a while. And so,
well, that's done. It's gone.
are we done? Okay, well,
The money, yeah, we did a whole lot. It's
spent.
Those days are over. It's gonna slow way down.
So maybe that,
Well, maybe that'll take care of it right there.
The-
I'm not asking for an answer, I'm just bringing it up because to me it feels a little tedious and, I don't know.
This is appearance, this isn't law, okay? But if you watch the city or county commission meeting, every non-consent agenda item, someone stands up
Yes.
and says, this item does this,
X,
this,
Y,
this,
Z.
and this, okay? And it's introduced by a staff member or whatever, and it may then be, I move the superintendent's recommendation, seconded and passed, but there is somebody that stands up and says,
says what
this
you're
is
doing.
what this is.
Here's what it does. Here's the,
And-
I think that part's healthy, actually.
I like that
But,
part.
but,
Right.
that,
But it has to be there
the
to
only
time.
thing we're doing that for right now is construction,
Right.
routinely. Policy changes, there were 5 or 6 items at the end of the consideration agenda last Tuesday
Yeah.
that were
not
item
summarized.
18.11, is there a motion? Yes.
Yeah.
Second, yes.
I think somebody should summarize what it is.
So I'm working at cross purposes with Roseanne, but
That's-
there's an appearance thing.
Maybe the
there.
person making the motion can summarize, just read the little summary. I'll move this item that does ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da, and then somebody seconds it.
Well,
It's,
Or the chair can, but I agree that somebody should say, I mean, in our ethics training, we heard this. If you're not gonna be transparent about what you're voting on,
We can easily put the person that's bringing the action item up there and just bam, 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 bam. I mean, just like Mr. Connell does, that explains it.
if you put them in that, clump them in that order.
Yeah.
Or the chair can say, the item
It's your-
18.2 does blah, 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 blah. Then you move and second it.
do you, and I apologize because the meeting that I came to was actually the installation meeting for you and for you, and I was in the overflow room,
Oh,
and
that was
it
just
was
a party.
a lot going on that night. But if there's an item on the agenda for consideration, and it is a recess policy, let's say, and you say, okay, the next item on the agenda is the recess policy. Tell me what you do from there.
item 18.2 is recess policy, and it reads blah, 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 blah. Is there a motion?
Okay, so you don't specifically ask for the superintendent to make a recommendation at the board meeting. You assume if it's on the agenda that the superintendent is making a positive
It says the
recommendation.
superintendent recommends
Right.
adopting the policy.
That's right.
Okay,
And
so
that's what I
some
read the whole
boards
thing.
would do that and they would say, Mr. Superintendent, could you please introduce the item? Or Mr. Superintendent, would you please address the item? And then the superintendent might give that brief summary. Or the superintendent would say, yes, I'd like to have my assistant superintendent
done
for
that.
curriculum come up here and give you a brief explanation of what this action item
And
does.
sometimes I
We've
think we
done
have
that.
on certain items, right?
Right.
Certain items.
Yeah, we've done that. We've done
And I
that.
think probably what prohibits us from being even more disclosing in information about items is that we have had some discussion at the agenda review about the items. And so there we sit like bumps on logs. That's not a nice way to put it. And there we sit just being very short in what we give to the public. The public hears just the short version. They don't hear the discussion that we may have had the day before and the information that we've gotten. And sometimes one of us might say, well, at our agenda review the other day, we had information about this, and we want the general public to know that that's
Right.
what we've
I
done.
almost said that the other night.
Well, and that's important, too, like with the budget,
Yeah.
good grief, by the time we finally adopt the budget, we've discussed it, how many different times for the trim calendar or whatever. But I always feel like I should say, well, as we've discussed this 5 times since, you know.
Yeah, we
because
Or your
otherwise it
budget
looks like-
manager says, I want to remind you of the calendar. We've had this, we've done this,
Yeah.
we've done this, we've done this, and now I'm bringing it to you for your final action.
And
That's all.
And they do that.
And they do that.
Okay. So maybe a little bit more of that, Mr. Superintendent, is what I'm hearing.
Okay. Or what?
Just
I missed it.
brief
A little bit
introductions?
more of what?
Brief introductions on it.
Staff explaining.
Yeah, so we'll bring people up that are recommending the item, and then you want them to introduce it, me to introduce it?
Whatever's for you.
Okay, so I'll have the staff member that's bringing the item introduce each item like Mr. Connell does. That's great, okay.
This is a technical thing, but we have on our computer screens, you know, we push it and we can see the detail. But I notice up on the screens in the audience, they just have the agenda item. I wish that whoever's working the computer would go ahead and push it so they could see.
Where'd Denver go? Huh? Is that you, Terry? So you want them to be able to see the supporting documentation?
Right.
Okay, I'll look at that and see.
All right.
Okay.
What, I heard you talk about last board meeting, there was a lot of citizen input.
Yes.
So let's talk about the procedures for citizens' input. Do they meet your needs? Do they meet the needs of the citizens? Is it respectfully handled?
I think we do a good job at that. I think we do a good job, pretty good job.
We had a tough meeting, but, and the chair agreed to let them go first, which is not what we usually do, but there were handicapped people involved, and I thought that was the kind thing to do.
So past practice was they'd sit for 2.5 hours
And wait.
wear them down,
And by that time,
but they were ready to leave.
right, and I just didn't think that was what we wanted to do for that particular
Right,
audience
that was an
that night.
exception. Yeah.
And so I said to the superintendent, let's do this a little differently. And we more or less consensusly agreed
Yes.
that we put them first.
But we've talked about also moving that
Yeah.
as a practice to potentially to the beginning of the meeting.
And it used to be, I'm sorry, I don't mean to
Right.
cut
No,
you
you're
off.
not, no.
It was at the very start of the
It
meeting
was.
several
Right.
months ago. And for reasons that we won't go into, it was changed. So it sounds as if the board was interested in moving it back to the very start.
Is the board
No.
interested in moving it back? I'm seeing some heads shake no.
Okay.
I just thought you made an exception, that was an appropriate exception. I mean, you
For
can
that
read,
time. Okay.
if you've got a big
Fine.
crowd there versus maybe one person who comes to every board meeting wants to
Okay,
say something,
good.
they can wait. But if
Then we're
you've
on the
got
same page.
a big group,
Oh, okay.
But in the future, I would ask that if we do move it to the front, that we at least recognize the teacher of the year, do
Yeah,
all that.
yeah,
And then
that-
right before we get to the consent piece,
that would,
then maybe break.
Right.
Because
because other people had to
that
sit
got,
through
they had
that
to
too.
sit through that.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
you see what I'm saying?
I do.
So if you do decide to do that, that we move them like right before consent,
Okay.
to do the recognitions first and that.
Right.
All right. And I'm open to that, and I'm also open to, hey, let's do that first. Let me rethink that, call it to our attention then, because that would make it.
I didn't know,
Easier,
I didn't know, I didn't communicate with you to say where were you gonna insert it.
Right.
And I was going to ask Mr. Attorney a question. Are you comfortable that the citizens have the opportunity to speak on agenda items before a vote? Okay.
Yeah. I had 2 things. One is to commend the board. This is an opportunity for the public to provide input. It is not an opportunity for the public to engage in debate with the board or to ask the board questions. It's tempting sometimes when a citizen stands up and says, well, I don't know the answer to this, and I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know the answer to this, and blah, blah, blah. And this board has been really good about not getting into a back and forth. It's their opportunity to come talk, and you listen and not debate.
Thank you for coming.
When they start with a bunch of questions, the board's been really good about saying, well, those are all really good questions, and I'm sure the superintendent and his staff will get that for you. So I think that's a really good thing this board does. Sometimes boards get into intractable messes
Not
by
good.
trying
It
to
never
convince
ends
the
well.
speaker
Never ends well.
that we're right and you're wrong. So that's good. The one thing that I'm a little unclear on right now is the timekeeping, okay? Because we give them 3 minutes and the red light goes off, and we sometimes let them go a little longer. Sometimes we let them go a lot longer. Sometimes we go through this.
So may I ask him a question?
Somebody, I'm sure Mrs. So-and-so has a question, so you can finish what you're saying. And sometimes the question is, do you have more to say? So I'm afraid if we're not careful, some people may think, well,
Playing favorites.
we're playing favorites or whatever. So I never feel like it's my job to say, thank you, your 3 minutes are up.
What?
Please finish, because I'm the timekeeper and I'm not the chair of the meeting. But I think we ought to have an understanding about what we're going to do there. But if we're not going to hold them to 3 minutes,
Yeah,
And change the policy.
we're going to ultimately
get in trouble.
Well,
have a
and
problem.
Well, what happened, been on the board as a veteran, a lot of the colleagues, if they wanted the person, and they knew the person, and wanted to get the person more time, they would ask the person a question. So I got hip to it too. I said, well, they give that person more time.
I got hip to it too.
So I said, let me ask questions and give this person more time. So, and that's how that routine started, council.
Well, I'm
And
glad-
everybody, different school board members started giving certain people more time.
We all
But
haven't
they-
done that once.
That's right, so that's what
Back in the
happened.
days of Mr. Danaher, he was religiously given
Ex-
3 minutes,
Only.
not a minute,
Right.
second more.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think the city commission, their attorney is the one who says you have 5 seconds, or you have 30 seconds, and he cuts them off point blank when, at 3 minutes. And it is the attorney that does that, I believe.
Well,
Well,
I know in the legislature, they'll do this question thing.
They'll
But
also turn off a mic.
they'll also turn off a mic or whatever I'm supposed to be. In our ethics training, once again, they said if you show favoritism and you give one side more time than the other, you're asking for a lawsuit. Now, I don't know if you
Well,
agree,
that's
but
why I'm raising it. It hasn't been a problem, but we're here early
approaching it, yeah.
and,
Yeah.
you know, we need to have an agreement. Is it 3 minutes or is it, you know,
3.5.
3.5? Or,
And who's going to be the one to cut them off?
I
chair.
am guilty.
oh,
I am woman enough to say I was guilty the other night, and I will tell you why I felt like I could be guilty
Okay.
and take my,
Licks, as they
Yes.
get, yes.
that audience was so whatever they were. I felt that. They knew I felt that, and I knew that you all felt that too. So just beat me up, and I will do better. But I could have said, "Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes up. Next." That I couldn't do that, Andrea. I had to say, though the 3 minutes were up, "Thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here." I had to handle it that way to maintain order
I understand.
and to get everybody up there and out.
Now, let me
And
ask
it
you a
worked.
question. Before they started, did you say?
Yes.
We have a number of people here tonight, and you
Yeah.
laid out the expectation?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm guilty, and
No, I
I'll take
think you
that, and
can
I'll
read-
probably be guilty again.
I think
no.
you
But
can
What you did the other night was
let me
perfect.
tell you one thing. I was at Denny's the other day for dinner. I had no idea who these people were right after church. And this whole family came over to me, recognized me, and they said, "You all are not giving us the answers we want, but I want to thank you all for how you treat us when we're there." Okay? And I said, "Thank you so much, ma'am." And I stirred onto my car. But, and so I recognized, Jeff, I will do better. I
Well,
hear you.
I'm
But
just
the
saying,
3 minutes, I don't
I'm
know.
not complaining, but if you want them to keep feeling that way,
They're gonna-
don't put me in charge of the
Of the
clock.
3 minutes.
Because I will cut them off in
But-
3 minutes, and you will have people complaining, because I will not have any feelings about this.
But that, you're our out. Jeff is the only non-elected person at that table.
That's
He
all
has
right.
no, he
So
doesn't
y'all
care
just
how they
need to
feel about
decide
him.
what-
Opal says she has no
And
mercy.
Opal.
Opal's got no mercy either. Okay.
I
said
like
3.5.
that. It's,
Either
I don't care what. You
3.5 or either controlled by the chair.
They will take 5.5.
No, either
Give 'em
controlled by the chair.
So
right.
do you want the attorney to say 30 seconds?
Yes.
5 seconds.
Yeah,
I don't know about
Thank you, your
I like
time is
that.
up.
I like
Yes,
that.
I do.
I like that.
I hear
like
2
that.
yeses.
We have a little blinker that goes
That
off.
doesn't matter. Is it-
I like that.
Anybody, Rosie?
You want to be timekeeper?
I can do that. I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
I have done that before we had the light.
You sure
But then the
did.
question is, when it becomes 3 minutes and 15 seconds, do you want me to say, your time is up, please stop? Or do you want the chair to step in and
You
deal
know,
with that?
Unless you disagree that we've been horrible about this,
Denver,
I-
turn off the mic.
I think,
I really was horrible.
yeah, I think, we've been compassionate
We
and
have.
we've been able to read the room, and it's not been hugely problematic. I remember one time when Maggie, I mean, all of us sat there, I can't even remember the topic, we were just dumbfounded. Nobody knew what to say. And she said, I just want to tell you I'm sorry. And that was like the perfect, so I think maybe,
Closing.
I don't know if we're creating a
Well,
problem we don't have, or if you think we
I
need to
think the
be.
chair's handling it just fine.
That's what I-
And to hear us that we want it to be right at 3 and.
So they're asking you to step up then.
Yeah, the chair.
I can do it. Oh, don't misunderstand. I mean, you know, I really can
I think
do
the chair.
that.
I like
but,
that word, chair.
Yes, I don't have a
With
problem.
compassion.
Yes, and I still
what I'm
do.
hearing
Finish
you
your
guys say?
sentence and you need to sit
Yes.
down.
Now, look,
So they're not going to ask you to do it,
last
Mr. Attorney.
Tuesday was unique.
They're coming back.
I
They're-
know,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the problem is
don't get to
when
go
you
first
have
next
9
time.
speakers all who agree. The problem is when you have 4 on one side
Yes.
and 4
Right.
on the other.
Right.
and you
That's when it
don't
gets
hold them
snarky.
to it. That's when it gets tricky. Joy, I think, made a good decision to let them go over it a little bit, and that's fine. And I think it really ought to be the chair, not me, because if it's me, I'm just gonna call them
Yeah.
at 3 minutes.
And I'm gonna say, you heard what he said, sit down. No, no, no.
Well, we had a
So-
speaker a couple of months ago, and he said, "Oh no, I'm keeping on going."
That
I
was
mean,
a-
he
that
was
was a-
very. I can't even remember what the subject was. He was adamant that he was not stopping.
And what did you guys do?
I can't remember. Joy
You just
probably
sat and
handled
listened
it.
probably, right?
We did
Are
for
you
a
talking
little
about that guy
while.
on the water that just talked on and on? But
No,
he
no,
was
no.
a
He was a
presenter.
report. No, no. This
Do you
was
guys have a
somebody
resource
else.
officer at your meetings?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
we
of
do.
course. I hear you, I hear you.
Okay.
Well, if it get, the training that I keep referring to the FSBA with great regard, the training that they do for chairs and vice chairs about meetings that get out of hand, if somebody's going nuts, you hammer down and Denver cuts the TV feed and we take a recess, right?
Yeah, we could do
That's
that.
the answer.
We haven't
But
quite
haven't
gotten
had
that.
We haven't had that.
No, we
But
don't
I
have-
have seen it vary with each chair.
Yeah,
It's a very personal style. So in my opinion, if Jeff is doing it, then it is the same no matter who is chair. It is consistent throughout our process is consistent, and people will grow to understand it's the board attorney that's gonna cut me off at 3 minutes, and they will adhere to that. Whereas, in my opinion, every time we get a different chair, it's a little bit different, it takes a different shape.
it does. But now, that very first meeting when they came in, I did have to nicely, and they quieted down, if you remember. Okay, okay.
What do the
I
rest
got
of you think? Because I've heard you want Joy to just step up, and then I've heard Jeff.
I don't think Jeff needs to step up just yet.
All right, if you falter again, no.
Stand up.
Okay. My next question for the superintendent is, yes,
Let
sir.
me weigh in on that, and let's put
Use a different example.
the
Yeah.
adults with disabilities aside, but I just would say, remember, and these people are very passionate, and there's a lot of emotion, and I know you all have big hearts, okay, there's no doubt. But please, just remember, you're getting one side of the story. You're not getting the backstory or the other, how our employees are involved, and I would just say caution before you respond to, and you want to, oh God, I wish we could help you, or oh God, I'm so sorry that our people did this to you, or, because I even got put in that position when I was a principal. I wasn't even there to defend myself, and some kid and his family showed up and they're crying, and oh, the horrible principal of Leon High School, I can't believe he did that to you. But I'm just saying, and not that you've done that, but it's easy to get drawn in.
Are there people other than your staff who are on the other side of this issue? That have, for example, this is just an example. If an issue like this comes up in the future, which of course things will, it's important, a lot of times, elected officials will invite parties to testify to make sure all sides are covered.
No, I'm not, and I'm trying to put this one aside. I'm trying to say, I'm not talking
No,
about
but-
this, I'm talking about moving forward when you have someone that comes up and we don't even know why they're there, and they come up and we don't have the right people there to respond to what you just heard, for you to weigh in and say, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Actually, I don't think you were on the board yet, overturned a recommendation for expulsion where I wasn't even there to give the school's side of the story because they were all crying, board members were crying. It was like, oh my gosh. So I'm cautioning, just remember that there's always another side to whatever's up there to give those people or our people a chance to respond to that, aside from this other issue.
I want to remind you, and back to the training that Dee Dee has frequently mentioned, we don't recommend that board members engage at all. We recommend that the chair says, thank you so much for your comment. We're going to need some time to research what it is that you've brought to our attention. You'll hear back from a staff member.
I think that's important. I mean,
That's it, because as soon as you start engaging, some people will misinterpret that as support for their cause, and you just don't want to get involved. You can't, because you don't know what the story is, and you don't know how many times staff has reached out and helped, and typically, and you started off by saying this, by telling them that they typically do not engage.
They usually don't.
But the truth of the matter is, we strongly encourage you not to engage. Because if what they're saying has some credibility to it, and many times it does, other times it may not, then the superintendent needs time to research what it is they're talking about, the people that are involved, the situation that's involved. Absolutely, I'm 100% with you there. In fact, I'm stronger than you are on this issue. I would.
well, I can't. I mean, it's their.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
don't
can.
want- and I'm not
I just
that
strongly
person,
encourage
but
them
I
not to engage.
Or you need to say that when Ava comes, here she comes back now. So we don't miss this because we're all in this together.
No, I was just saying that when citizens do come up and speak at a board meeting, we strongly encourage board members not to engage with them and let the chair say, thank you for bringing this to our attention. The superintendent and staff will get back to you. They're going to need some time to investigate the issue. Boom, that's really all that needs to be said, because otherwise you open up a can of worms, and like Mr. Your attorney said, it gets into a he said, she said, you're calling me a liar. It just never, ever, ever ends well. I wanted to ask the superintendent, but he left, so we'll come back to that. But
Go
let's.
ahead, ask. We'll give him an answer.
Okay. The question is, do board members bring both positive and negative comments from the community forward?
Of course.
Yes.
Yes.
Some people only bring the negative.
Oh.
They don't bring the positive. That's why I'm asking the question. Do board members bring both positive and negative input from the community forward to the superintendent?
We publicly brag on stuff that happens in our schools and stuff. Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, like, the superintendent, honestly, many superintendents feel like whack-a-mole. Do you know that game, whack-a-mole? The little
Oh,
mole
yeah.
comes up, you hit it down, the little mole comes up, you hit it down. Okay, so board members sometimes will just keep coming to the superintendent only with the bad stuff. You gotta do this, you gotta do that, and not with the good stuff. The question is there a balance between the good, the positive, and the negative when you bring things to the superintendent?
Probably not enough.
Okay,
I think I would be the first one to say guilty of calling with, this is an issue, this is a problem, instead of, hey, this great thing happened at, whatever school today. So that's I think that's a great constructive criticism that I could use.
okay. We were talking about the balance of positive and negative comments shared with the superintendent by the board about things they've heard in the community. And are you only hearing the negative things, or are you getting a balance? The laughter speaks volumes?
I don't think I'm ready. No. I don't know how to respond to that. I'm still feeling my way through. I mean, I believe they're going to be supportive as they possibly can, but there are going to be times that we're going to disagree. They don't agree. I don't agree with my spouse on everything, much less a board member. So, or my mother. My mother and I don't agree. Rarely do we agree, but she's still my mother, and I still respect her, and I still love her.
But two of those three you automatically lose. So.
You might have better luck with us. Well, I think
We do.
because he's new,
Yeah.
And we're, it's a natural tendency to go, be like, you gotta fix this, you gotta fix that, you gotta fix, you know. So I think that over time it will.
Well, I just wanted to remind you to
Yeah.
tell him when he's doing things that are really well and going well and making positive changes. Make sure that he hears the affirmation as well as some of the suggestions for improvement.
Yes.
Fair?
Will you come to all of our meetings? No, don't get me wrong, they do. It's all good.
Let's quickly move through. We still have some time, but I want to look at during the meeting. Do board members step over each other? Do you take your time and speak only one at a time? Does the chairman have control? Talk to me about what goes on in the board meeting. Are board members distracted by texting and phones?
I haven't seen that.
Somebody's stinging now.
You know, no. They have been good about not texting and phoning each other. I think I haven't seen any distractions.
If I ever
Like
text,
that.
it's because I've got a kid in distress or something.
Right.
I'm, trying to respond. But we don't even have a signal in that
So-
hardly, so,
Oh, that helps. That helps.
yeah.
And there may have been just a few times when they wanted to talk over each other, and I've said, it's, you know, so.
Okay, so you have good control of the meeting.
I
Yes,
think
she
so.
does.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Okay, and I will say this about texting during board meetings, or even if you have an iPad or a computer and you're taking notes when people are talking, if you're typing, they don't necessarily know that you're taking notes on what they're saying. For some reason, if you're writing, they automatically make that assumption that you're taking notes on what they're
Right.
saying.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a different message because of the vehicle.
That's right.
And so I just give you that caution because I'm one who, I take notes on an iPad sometimes, but people see that and they think that you're surfing the web. And I just give you that caution, not because I think you're doing it, but just as you move forward, kind of make sure that you don't do it.
And
There
that a
was a time
reporter
in the
can walk
past,
up and
I say
ask.
this very fast, when occasionally we might have written a note to each other. We don't do that anymore. That's bad, so we don't. We got caught. That's not true. Somebody else got caught in the counties.
I'm sure
somewhere
your
else.
attorney and I would both agree that we prefer you not to write notes during the meeting to
And
each other.
so we don't.
Do not
All
write
right.
notes to each other.
I don't, number 3, only the chair will respond to public comment during a meeting. I know we just talked about this broadly, but I don't know that I can say that I will never, ever respond to somebody in a public meeting if I'm not the chair.
These are just things to talk about and I don't,
Okay.
I'm with you. We're okay on
I
that.
agree.
I'm okay on that.
I'm trying to get quickly because we only have a few more minutes, but let's talk real quickly about site visits when you go to visit schools.
Call,
And the
make an
protocols
appointment.
there.
Yeah, call, make an appointment. I think we all do that.
You check to find out the best time to visit, you check in with the principal upon arriving, you do all these things, you follow the campus guidelines for visitors, all of those things.
Usually, well, I'm not retired, so for me, it's all I can do to get there when they invite me. You know, I mean, we get invited a lot,
Yes.
so
We do.
I don't
And
think.
do you feel like you guys have a good balance of attending things in your own district as well as other districts?
I do,
I do.
I don't.
but we're
Yeah.
retired.
You said no, Alva?
That's not true. I do.
But we're
actually.
retired.
I was just thinking of some. I do probably predominantly more in my district. I try harder.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy, we went to Lively over so it is interesting. I do enjoy going to places that are not on my normal, they're not kind of in my path to see something different. You know, I don't know if this is the right time, but you know how Leadership Tallahassee takes them around to see stuff? I think it would be a good use of our time to do like we did at Lively. To go see, I don't know, things that are
Visit my district?
I know, I mean, well, I'm sure, yeah, but I'm just wondering what that list would look like, and maybe we can brainstorm that later. But like, you know, the district security office, or the transportation whatever, or some of the things that we don't typically.
But you know, I like that, Dee Dee, and I want to take that a step further. I really think it would be good, and I'm
People
retired and
would,
I can do
yeah.
that, if we visited each other's districts. Because it would give us an opportunity to know the entire district of Leon County, and we would be able to think outside of the constituents by whom we were elected. And I think to put some energy toward that could be a good thing. You know what I'm saying? An invited time or invited opportunity, and it could serve us well. So I certainly would welcome
Some
that.
districts have rotations, because the truth is, yes, you're elected from your district, but you represent the entire county, you all know that. But some districts, sort of have the calendar broken up in, 4 or 5 chunks, and then District 1 is assigned to Roseanne for this time period. So if there's a lot of events going on in that district, you would be the one that might go to them. And if you couldn't go, you'd let somebody else know, or I don't know how you guys manage your calendar. But that you intentionally, during this time period, get to 1 or 2 events in the district that you're assigned. So that it does sort of get you out, and you can pick whatever those events are, but that you make an intentional effort to get to other parts in the county through some organized process.
Right.
I
And
think the
beyond,
Title I Advisory Council meetings rotate in the Title I schools, don't they? And those
They
are
do.
all noticed, so if we showed up at one of those all at once, that would be okay, right?
well, I don't know, it could be, but I see the Title I meeting different than visiting my school other than at Black History Month. I mean, to be invited over for a Tropicana
contest, yeah.
speech contest, or to judge a spelling bee, that kind of thing. It sort of puts you in a different environment and tone and that kind of thing.
Okay.
So that would be my suggestion.
And if you're all
Yeah.
focused on it, then
Yeah.
people get used to seeing not just their own
Exactly.
representative, and they see and get to know you guys, and you get to know those schools.
Totally.
So it's just a thought. Your time is coming to a close, okay? You had a number of other agreements in different colors, and I don't know if you spent any time looking at them or wanting to come up with a protocol manual of any sort or anything like that. But what I'm going to suggest to you is that 1-hour workshop that you have scheduled for your pre-agenda and then your workshop, maybe every now and then, quarterly, if not more, you sort of pull out some of these documents and you have some conversation about some of these items, because you don't know where the other people are on them unless you talk about them. And all I've done is tried to give you some things to think about, some things to consider. If any of them you feel strongly about, maybe you want to push them forward to Ms. Gale, or you want maybe Ms. Gale to have a holding spot that says agreements or something, and you can send her the items and she can create a document, and then that's what you talk about in another few months. But you assess where you are when you've made some of these changes, like for the agenda and some of those other things. Talk about, are we where we want to be? Did we achieve what we wanted to achieve? Do we need to make any more changes? Because, as you start to stray off of a road, the quicker you adjust, the more you stay where you want to be. So the idea is to have those touch points along the way, talk with each other, talk with your superintendent at your half an hour meetings once a month. And if there are things that are really important to you, share them. You have a responsibility to share them, and you also have a responsibility to listen to each other's. So that would be my advice for that. Any questions that you have for me before we end at 2:30, which is, we have 1 minute?
Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
Just starting the conversation, you guys have a lot more, to work through and get through, and you're far more effective than you may realize. You have a far better working relationship than many who especially have 2 new members. So I believe that you guys are really poised to be successful. The most important thing is transparency and respect. If you'll give each other those 2 things consistently, you're gonna be okay.
The women of Leon County School Board would just like to thank you so very much for being here today,
You're
serving
welcome.
as our facilitator.
You're welcome.
And there may be other opportunities that we will call you and ask you to come back, and hopefully you would agree to do so. And I'd like to thank the superintendent staff as well for sitting through this. It's been a wonderful opportunity.
And may I say, you're my school board. I live here. I own property here. So
In my
I
district.
appreciate the work that you do. And like I said before, you'll see me at some of your meetings, not because I'm
Wonderful.
monitoring anything, but because I just want to keep up with the issues, so.
Great, thank
We
you.
appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Andrew.
Let me tell you a cute thing that happened to me the other day as we get ready to partake of the break food over here. I was out at, where'd I go? Sealy Elementary School. I was reading stories, and this cute little girl named Emily came down to be my guide. So I whipped out my driver's license, and the assistants at the desk made the copy and looked at it and went, oh my God, this is a terrible picture. Boom. And I put it on my chest. And Emily walks in, and I go, are you here to get me? Get Miss Bowen? She says, yes. I said, well, hello, I'm Mrs. Bowen. I'm Emily. She goes, and then she looks at my picture. I snatched it right off.
Wow.
I snatched off the picture that was made frightened the little girl. With the little horn rimmed glasses. She's going to be a doctor. So I'm going to be asking to have all of these swipers, whatever they're called, so that I'm not 3 or 4 or 5 shades blacker.
The raptor?
The kids don't know me.
You a raptor?
Joy, why don't you wear your plastic
You
ID?
have your badge.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I didn't have my badge. The
Oh, well,
picture
there.
scared the child. Don't
I have my
picture
ID.
child.
That's the point of the story. We get it. We get it.
Thing. You get it?
We get it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I kept my badge, remember? I keep one in the car, Joy.
So you're gonna give them,
Yes, we're gonna have a 5-minute break and then we're right back on schedule, please. Five minutes.
James Madison Institute?
It's not that bad, but I'm wearing one of these socks. Well, it comes up to here. Oh, God. No. I have some chips. Thank you. You're very kind. I was starting.
I know, when she said, we're gonna be here at 12, I was like, are we having lunch? And she's like, no.
You want a little taste?
I'm happy to eat and work.
You want a bite?
Do well without.
You want a bite?
Looks good. It's really hard to break, because I just.
No, I'm good.
I almost chopped my finger off, girl. So I'm shaking at the head of my team. And I was making dinner, and I was chopping hard.
Hi.
Giant knife.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I did not. I was trying to open up, one of those.
I need to. I just.
Thank you. If you would take your seats now, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day for neighbor. Will you be mine? Will you be my neighbor? Thank you. Yeah. School board. Okay, we are now ready for our presentation on construction and facilities. And Carrie Roth and Danny Albritton are going to be talking to us. And so you're on. Where's Jeff?
Well, can I say something about Carrie before we get started? Carrie helped us, first of all, she's a very accomplished land use lawyer and been around a long time, and she helped us when we first adopted school concurrency, and she's back to help us again, and we're really glad.
Good.
To have her back.
Well, and Carrie's a former parent of mine, whose daughter Savannah went to Leon, and I reached out to, talked to Jeff, and Jeff said, you have to get Carrie involved, because for the first time now, we have had a impact concurrency issue come forward where there was a monetary request from the district by policy, and she'll talk a little bit more about that. Okay. So we contracted with her to advise us moving forward on concurrency issues, what our current policy says, and for you all to think about as developments start to continue and about us asking or by policy requiring construction companies and developers to pay money for impact or concurrency fees. So there you go.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to be here. So I am Carrie Roth. I'm with the Dean Mead Law Firm. I've been doing land use law for over 30 years, and I was involved with the city and the county and the school board jointly when everybody complied with school concurrency. What I thought would be helpful before we get into the specifics of things is for you to give you a pretty good idea of what it is that we're talking about here. So there are copies of this in your notebooks, I understand, and there are some extra copies around. Mm-hmm. But what concurrency means is that the idea is that the public facilities will be available at the time there is demand. So as the population grows, and it's not just schools, the law requires, or required in past tense, transportation concurrency, sewer service, water service, and schools were part of that. So that's what concurrency is, just the general idea that make sure you got enough seats in the schools when that demand will be there. So in the original Growth Management Act, transportation was mandatory, sewers were mandatory, schools were not mandatory. And so, but there were some areas of the state, like Palm Beach County, that were under tremendous amount of growth pressure, and they went ahead and did school concurrency, then they adopted into the law. And so in 2005, they made school concurrency mandatory statewide. So, and required some uniformity. So that was the time when I was originally engaged with the city and the county and the school board to comply with the law, and we put into place all the things that you need to have school concurrency. Then in 2011, recession had hit. Several things were dialed back. Transportation concurrency was dialed back a great deal, and then school concurrency was made optional again.
By the legislature.
By the legislature, right. So these are the statutory requirements. So school concurrency is still not required. You still have it here on the books in Leon County. So all the requirements are the same, and there's a lot of details that goes into the various pieces of this that we're not going to get too deep in the weeds today, unless you want to later. But so one of the pieces that's required is an interlocal agreement. It's the city, the county, and the school board. This was adopted back in 2006. And so between all the three entities and the kinds of things, and Roseanne, you were talking about being on this transportation board. One of the things in the interlocal agreement is coordination and sharing of planning information between all of the different entities. So one of the places for that is having a seat on this regional transportation board, so you know what's going on. So it's supposed to be a fair amount of kind of back and forth and coordination. Let's see. There is a staff level committee that's supposed to share information. There's also a working group, which is one member of each of the county, the city, and the school board, and each of them are supposed to have a citizen appointee, and that's supposed to meet twice a year, and then the full commissions are supposed to meet once a year. I don't think that's been happening. The other thing that the interlocal agreement has in it are the level of service standards. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. And then also the concurrency service areas. What do you look at when you're trying to make sure that you have adequate facilities to meet your population growth? What area do you look at to serve that population growth? So, and then the other piece of this is not only the interlocal agreement, but the city and the county adopt jointly a comprehensive plan. It has a land use plan in it, transportation, facilities, circulation. It also now has a public schools facilities element. So kind of on a broader level, top level, it has a lot of those things that are also in the interlocal agreement. And then it's also reflected in two other pieces in the comprehensive plan. I'd say that I want to point out that these pieces are going to be important, so if you want to change your policies, these are things we're going to have to go back and revisit, and there's a process for doing that. If you want to really geek out, there are the references in the thing. You can wade through this stuff. So the interlocal agreement, what was set as the level of service is 100% of fish capacity at all levels, meaning elementary, middle school, and high school. So some jurisdictions set it lower, some set it a little bit higher, but we set it at 100%. And the concurrency service areas that you have right now are coterminous with your school attendance zones. So they are the same. So the entire county is split up. And we'll come to this. One of the options is to look at concurrency countywide, district-wide, not look at it by the school attendance zones. And then we're also going to talk about what's called proportionate share mitigation, which has raised its head here lately. So, and what mitigation means is, okay, we don't have the seats. How can we mitigate for not having the seats? And I'll go into some of the options. So the first thing that you do, and sort of the implementation of this, comes at the stage when a developer or a landowner is bringing in a plan to the local governments. It's either a site plan, a planned unit development. It could be a really big development. We used to call them developments of regional impact. Those are now not required, but there are a couple of big developments in town. Walani is one. The Phipps, and then further south, those are all DRIs. So, but it's Southwood. That's the word. But it's not at a level where someone's pulling a building permit. It's before, when they come in with a chunk of land, and whatever the local governments require them to subdivide that land, it could be a plat or whatever, that's when this analysis gets done. And it's a requirement of the interlocal agreement that the person coming in with this plan of subdivision plan, we'll just call it, puts this information together, and I'm sure Danny works with them to help generate the student data. So that's all part of the process, is to figure out, okay, I'm building 200 units, and I'm going to figure out, Danny can tell you how these generation numbers come to being, but if you have a certain number of residential units, how many elementary school seats that'll generate, how many middle school and how many high school seats it'll generate. And then that goes into the system and gets evaluated to see if there's any gaps. So if the development actually exceeds the capacity, then they've got to talk with your staff to figure out their options. Now, I really should have that second part of this bullet first. So you don't get into having to pay mitigation or proportionate share if there's a couple of situations. One is if there's capacity in one or more contiguous zones. So if you're in Childs, but there's room in Lincoln, or Leon, then you're not going to be deemed deficient, and then you won't have to mitigate for it. Also, if the school board, and you've got 5-year plans, if you've got plans to have in place or under construction some seats that will, within 3 years after the point that you're approving this new subdivision, then also you get a get out of jail free card. You don't have to mitigate for your impacts. So the
talking about you as the developer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, right. And then the proportionate share, so assuming that those two, neither one of those situations exist for you, that there's capacity in an adjacent zone, or you're going to build capacity within 3 years, then you've got to figure out what your, quote, proportionate share is, and that's, it's just a formula there, and you see it up there on the top. So if you do find that you've got a proportionate share to mitigate, there are a number of ways, and it's in the interlocal agreement. You can contribute land, you can contribute money for new facilities, expanded facilities, you can do portables. An important caveat on that is that the interlocal says only if capacity exists in your core facility. So in the situation we had come up here recently, where there's a deficiency in Childs and there's not capacity in adjacent school zones, maybe they would, it's cheaper for them to put a portable than it is for them to pay their formula, but there's not capacity in your core facilities, your auditorium, cafeteria, and other things like that. So they could, some jurisdictions, they would build a charter school. Someone had a lot of land and it was acceptable to the school board, they could say, okay, you can have this land, let's say my development only produces a need for 10 seats in a high school, but I don't want to pay cash, but I've got land I can give you. I can kind of, if I know there's a lot of development coming, I can give you the land, and I can sell those shares to other developers in that zone. But nobody's ever done that here.
Carrie, can I interject something
Yeah.
on that point? So in 2010, an agreement was reached with the person who purchased Willani and Leon County School Board. They agreed to give the school board 7 acres of land to basically do away with any future concurrency or impact issues moving forward. So this was actually done. It was an agreement between Leon County Schools and the developers, who is now, the new developer is, I don't know the name of the company, is Mr. Gasvini and his group. But that we would be deeded, and Danny can probably speak to this, 7 acres of land, which is, anyway. But we're going to have a meeting about that next week. But this is an example of just what Carrie was talking about.
Didn't they, I thought they offered a lot of land for us to build the new Childs there instead of, and the board back then opted not to. Did that not happen?
That one, you have a copy of the agenda item in your purple notebook, but what happened there, and there, it's tagged number 4 in that list. That is the school concurrency analysis form that's on the front. And when they looked at the subdivision, it generated elementary school student stations, middle school, and high school. We had surplus elementary, surplus middle schools in those areas, so there was no fee for them there. They generated 7 student stations at Lincoln that put a deficit on us, but the way we're set up, because Lincoln touches Rickards, those student stations are now moved to an adjacent high school on paper, so technically they owe us nothing. But in the agreement that the school board and the district went into, which is a copy of it in there, they have offered us 7 acres of land, but there are some, in this offer it says that we accept this as all for concurrency, it's the end of discussion. But at the point they put the infrastructure in, we have 5 years to build a 2-story school that has a capacity of, I believe it was, they're building 1,572 residential units, and we're getting 7 acres of land to build an elementary school on it. And it's to be for 780 student stations.
So now I don't mean to cut you off, Carrie. I was just trying to use this as a example here locally where this land agreement happened, as opposed to giving money, or that we were offered and agreed to this back in 2010, this 7 acres of land.
Yes.
So, Carrie, if you can, maybe we can go back and talk about that later, but I just want to use this as an example.
That's kind of the end of my slides, except I wanted to address the question that you and I talked about. So, but one thing on with Lonnie, the agreement that you have is for the acreage which is south of I-10. There's a whole huge more acreage that is to come that is still in the planning stage. So you will, continue to have an opportunity to negotiate on that. So I just want to say, if you want to change your policies, there are 3 things that needed to happen. One is the 2 statutory pieces, the comprehensive plan and the interlocal agreement. The comprehensive plan is slower to unwind, but it's a 2-hearing process, and it would have to be adopted by the city and county commissions jointly, so you would have to make a request to do that. And then there's the interlocal agreement itself. You also have a separate board policy which contains pretty much a lot of the same things as the interlocal agreement. You can change that by yourself, but in order to change these pieces, move district-wide, decide not to do school concurrency at all. I mean, there's a lot of options, but it takes your partners at the city and county to do it with you and unwind what you have on the books.
I have a quick question to make sure I'm following this. I heard mitigation, and I heard Lincoln, Leon, and Childs, okay? Didn't hear anything about Godby and Rickards, though I did hear that on paper some students appeared and were moved. And so what does that mean if Rickards and Godby are under, what do you call it?
Capacity.
Under capacity. Who's on first here? What's happening, Danny?
Okay, what is going on here is we have a Hammock Oak Grove that has applied, and they are in the Childs zone. They have created 8 student stations over capacity at the high school level.
9.
9. 8.
Danny, when you say they, would you be clear?
Okay, I'm sorry. The developer.
Thank you.
The developer has created student stations over capacity, and the cost per student station currently at DOE is around $31,000 for a high school student station.
Right.
The developer, it will be mitigating with us around $277,000 that will come back to this board for approval of mitigation, like this previous contract was. The way it works is because the developer is developing in the Childs, because Leon and Lincoln are adjacent to that zone, those student stations could have been pulled down to Leon or to Lincoln out of the Childs. Currently, Lincoln and Leon have had student stations pulled down, and they are at capacity also. So therefore, the developer now does not have an option, or our policy in interlocal does not give us the option to do anything but mitigate with him. If this would have been at Leon High School, the developer could have moved student stations to Godby or Rickards on paper, because there's space available at Godby and Rickards currently. But once those are full, the developer has no other
I
option.
understand that, because it doesn't that require us then to rezone those 7 students into Rickers if they weren't already zoned before? Or how do you do that?
What's the on paper versus the practical? What actually happened?
No, it's exactly what you said, but we have it already written. So this is the first time it's had a negative, you know, Jim always says there's no negative impact. Well, now there's a negative impact that's realized because of these 8 or 9 high school students. It's the developments of 90 units off of Bannerman Road. So basically these developers owe us $225,000. Well, they aren't very pleased at that result, but we had no, I mean, it's in our policy, it's in the local agreement, it's in statute. So I want to Carrie here today to talk to you, and Danny to talk to you moving forward. Do we want to continue with this policy and say, yes, you're going to owe us cash to build new facilities? Or do you want to do away with this policy and say, we'll figure this out on our own as a school board? Or, no, I'm just saying I've heard some concerns from some people about asking contractors and developers to pay tax dollars on top of tax dollars they already feel they paid, on top of they think it was on their backs that we carried the half-penny sales tax. So why are we now charging them $500,000? Is that fair to say, Danny?
Yes, sir, that's.
And so the impact, and like you said, it's a paper thing, where if you had a big development in the Lincoln zone, that development across from Costco as an example, those kids are going to be going to Lincoln, zoned for Lincoln, but because we have room at Rickards, which doesn't make any sense to me, we shift seats over to Rickards. To me, if you have a development in that zone and the schools in that zone are over capacity, there should be some type of impact fee. But so from up till now, we were able to bounce kids to other zones that had room. This is the first time with these high school kids that we have not had room in adjacent zones, because Childs doesn't touch Godby or touch Rickards. Childs touches Leon to the south and Lincoln to the east.
But the thing that's important is, if the kid's zoned Lincoln, if the kid goes to Lincoln, all of this moving kids around to different districts
that's
is
not
just
really
a function
happening.
of the concurrency calculation. It doesn't have anything to do with where they actually attend. And where they actually attend is complicated by all of the choice options, all of the things that the district's been very inventive about to move kids around the district.
But the impact is on that school, right? I mean,
Right.
What's this formula though? I mean, we don't know that there are literally 10 high school students more than there ought to be in this neighborhood, right? There's a formula that comes up with this hypothetical,
Yes.
right?
The district, I believe, retained or got some help from FSU to do a statistical analysis to show that when you have a single-family home in this part of town, it's going to generate X number of elementary school kids, high school kids, middle school kids on average. So it's not
pretty
just made
reliable.
up.
It's a pretty reliable actual.
Well, it was at the time. It was based on the best information we had, but it was 2005, right?
It was based on the census
It was
at that
based on
time.
the census, and it's the best we could come up with. Okay, so it's an assumption that when you have a single-family dwelling or in a certain area,
Right.
it's going to generate a certain number of kids. How many it actually generates depends on who buys the homes and whether they have children and all of those
And
things.
should that statistical analysis be updated to 2017, and how expensive is it? And
Question.
Carrie will probably have a lot of options for us,
okay.
including just calculating concurrency on a district-wide basis.
A couple of points that I just wanted to bring up and maybe get Carrie's opinion on. A couple of things. I think the developers, from what I understand, they feel like this is a triple tap. We already received, so let's say Willani's developed 1,500 home sites. We're going to receive money from sales tax, property sales tax. We're going to receive money from property tax. So there is going to be additional revenue coming into our district for that. And then to place a third tax on top of them, I think is why, and I asked when the former superintendent was here, how many people in the past have paid concurrency, and the answer was none. Now, I'm hearing there possibly was one at one time, but I don't know, but by and large, no one has ever paid this. So I keep asking, why do we have a policy if we don't adhere to it? It in my mind, it's kind of, so I think that's where, I guess that's why you guys are here today. If we're gonna charge it, have it, let's charge it. And if we're gonna continue with this practice of not ever charging it or revise it in some fashion to be equitable in the county, then let's revise it. I think, so can you speak to that at all, the property tax?
Well, obviously, there's a lot of policy issues, and I watch this play out at the statewide level as well. The one thing about concurrency and the great criticism of concurrency is it snags the last one in. So, everybody who where there is capacity and is able, and doesn't generate a lack of capacity, doesn't pay any type of mitigation. Now, there are some jurisdictions that use an impact fee, which just says, no matter where you build, we want that new development to help pay for the new capacity it's going to generate, but we're going to do that for everybody, whether you create a situation where you're over capacity in the zone that you're in. So that's.
We can do that ourselves without the city and county?
No, you need to
Yeah.
do that with them too. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
More detailed.
yeah, to move anywhere on this, you have to pull in your partners at the city and county. So, I mean, there are options. There's plenty of ways to kind of tweak this, but it really kind of depends on where you want to go. So, but if that answered your question. So, and I was only a voter on the sales surtax, but I think most of that was for repairs, and I don't know if it was really for new capacity. The concurrency is just for new capacity generated. And one of the things that we haven't dealt with here is, so when does the developer pay this? So in this particular situation on Okamic, they are at a preliminary stage of platting their land. And so one of the ways we can work with them is that as they go through this process is, you can probably work with them. I don't think we have a requirement in the law where we can get a commitment from them. I don't know that they're at a very preliminary stage. We're not asking them at this point to send a check for $270,000. What we're asking them is, under the interlocal agreement right and the comprehensive plan right now, you have to sit down with us and come up with an agreement on how you're going to deal with the capacity needs that your development's generating.
But we need to have a policy in place to reflect this, don't we?
We do.
You have to have a policy, you have an interlocal agreement, and you have a comprehensive plan. All of those would need to be modifiid if you're going to change.
So, and this is my fault. I think was he on Valentine's Day? I think his wife was sick, in the hospital, had an emergency. So this item went before us on Valentine's Day, where it said it had a negative impact. And I don't know that we could have pulled it. I think it was too late to pull it. Anyway, but I wanted us to have this discussion because it's just, we didn't have any choice then because it's what the policy said and what the interlocal agreement said. And we're not finished with this, but I wanted them to talk to you because this is in your district. These people are going to come saying, well, because they came to visit with me before we even got to this point. Hey, I know what this says, but can you help a buddy out, or can you, you don't really enforce this, do you? So it's here now, and the question is, what do we do with it?
Okay.
And the reality of this, we also, in the interlocal agreement, we have timelines, so pulling an item or not dealing with it, we still have to move forward with it. It is not that we have not been following policy, it's not that we've not been enforcing policy and the interlocal agreement. This is the first time we've not been able to move the student
Right.
stations as required by the interlocal agreement and by the policy and by the statute, that we move the student stations to adjacent or school zones.
Does this open enrollment legislation not change this?
It can change the pattern of enrollment around our district.
Around our district. Okay.
In our district.
Okay.
So forth. I mean, right? I mean, if people from neighboring counties can,
I mean,
Right.
so now that the open enrollment statute is in place, shouldn't this statute be consistent if we can move student stations to that contiguous piece? You see what I'm saying?
It would be up to the board
I
and
mean,
the
you have the
city and
legislature
county
clarify their
commissioners
statute, but
to change this. And, that has been some of the questions while we're working with school choice, that how do you tell a developer that they owe us where out-of-county students have taken the seats?
So Carrie, who made the decision? Was that a local decision by the school board that said about school zones touching each other? Was that the decision made by the board, and can that be changed to district-wide, like Dee Dee's saying?
Yes, you can move your policy to a district-wide, and the law specifically says if you do it less than district-wide, you can't make the new development students go to an adjacent zone unless you modify your school attendance zone. So I think somebody asked that question, what about the school attendance zone? You could, but if you have capacity district-wide, then you can do, yes, you change that policy to go away from school contiguous zones, and maybe the school choice is a good reason to do that, but you can move your policy to district-wide, and you probably wouldn't come up with this issue for a
Ever
while.
again?
Yeah, that's why I think
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
just with the school choice stuff is so new, we don't even know how that's going to play out yet, and you're not. It seems to me I mean, it's $300,000 or whatever, but we don't really know for certain we're going to have 8 extra teenagers in that neighborhood. I mean, I don't know.
I think there's some pretty good, reliable student generation. I mean, we actually had kind of they asked some questions, the developer asked some questions at one of the hearings about, well, what if we make it an adults-only neighborhood? That's probably an option for them, but, and I think in that case, we could say, well, it's not generating school stations, but I don't think they want to limit themselves that way.
I just, new kid on the block here, so, is what you're saying that, let's take Charles, for example. There were a lot of developments that have gone around Charles, and they didn't have to pay anything for concurrency, basically.
Correct.
And then we're at this last
Who's
group.
the last one in that gets done?
Right, like
they
Mr.
did.
like Mr. Gasvini has a big development north of Oxbottom, off Thomasville Road, then all those kids will be zoned for Childs. But because he was in before we hit this number, so it's like Carrie said, the last guy in, which is now the Hammock development on Bannerman Road, it has put us over that threshold.
What would we do? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, of course, that doesn't seem fair. An impact fee would take care of that if we had an impact fee for each new development, right? But we don't.
The impact fee spreads the peanut butter evenly over everybody, not
Right.
just the person who's
Seems a lot
the
fairer.
last one in line.
At the same time, it seems a little strange to me that we're trying to figure out a way for this developer not to have to pay money when in our policy and it's all backed up, that they do, and we need the money.
Yeah, I'm not trying to, I just want y'all to,
This is coming.
y'all talk about information and wanting to know, I mean, there's nothing more important than this,
So,
but I'm not saying we let them out anything.
Okay.
what would we do with $300,000? Would it go to Childs for a? It would just go into the general fund, right? Or
It would go into our capital outlay
Capital
fund,
outlay
so
fund.
as we were thinking about new schools down the road, it would use to offset some of those capital expenses.
You legally get into difficulty in forcing them to pay that amount unless you have the the plan in place to actually use that money to create capacity. So in your work plan, you can't just put it in a, capital fund. Now, like, in this particular case, you could tweak it's still in the interlocal, you have to go back to the city and the county and say, well, they could put a portable out at Childs, but you have to have some sort of waiver or take away the provision that says, right now it says you can't put a portable unless your core facility has your auditorium, your cafeteria, those core facilities have capacity. They don't have capacity. They could put a portable out there
They
as
wouldn't be
a
able to use the
mitigation,
library.
but your core facilities don't have room for them, for those extra students.
So Carrie, go back to impact fees again, one more time, just to say that, how that is calculated, how that's,
That's another 45 minute.
Okay, I don't know, I don't want that.
Calculated,
No,
but they're calculated evenly on new development, whether the development's causing an overcapacity situation or not. It's just evenly.
Every new development.
Every new
pays.
development would pay, not just.
So if we'd gone back 15 years, Ox Bottom, Summerbrook, all of these developments that are now, and this is my district too. There is no high school in my district other than Leon, and this is the growth. And then I have a huge concern. But I think if we could go back and rewind, that would make it equitable, and this last person in wouldn't be hammered. I would like to see. So, what are our options? Can we look at something as far as changing our policy? What now? Because we are in a little bit of a crisis because we haven't planned for this.
And does the same thing apply to what you just said? If we had impact fees, would we have to have an immediate expense plan, just like
Yeah,
we
you-
would have to have for this $300,000?
That's a good question, yes. You still have to have a plan to utilize
Right away.
the fund.
yeah, and see, we don't have a plan. I mean, we don't have a plan
Well,
for a
especially if
new,
you want to do pay as you go, you gotta build that up.
well, we don't have a plan for a new high school out there.
But you could have a longer term plan and still meet the requirements for an impact fee law. It wouldn't have to be in the 5-year or 3-year window. It wouldn't have to be an immediate, but you'd have to have a plan for.
Carrie,
Creating
a change to a district-wide concurrency service area would require city and county approval?
Yes, because it's in your interlocal agreement, and I think, I'd have to check, but if it's in the comp plan too, but,
And Jeff, if we were going to offer a change, what might we offer?
Well, you're gonna not like me saying this, but if you want to make a change that is totally in the control of the school board, you can rezone. You can change school attendance boundaries to even up.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it? Now I'm not-
Leave those speakers at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So if you decide you don't want to rezone, then you're having to pursue solutions that include cooperation from other local governments.
Has anyone approached the other local governments?
You know? But the easiest one, I think, Carrie, is to just go with a district-wide concurrency service area.
And nobody will ever have to pay, right?
Well,
You still have to go to city and county and get approval, won't you?
yeah, but
That's right.
Easier.
we
That's
have
easier
to
than
probably
impact
think
fee.
about that very carefully. The goal isn't to keep people from paying, it's
Make it fair.
to make it fair, but developers who already feel like they're being taxed twice look around and say, this school district has capacity.
Yeah, on the other hand though, those developments are they're sliding in there because they want such and such school zone to be their school zone. And, you
It
know,
forces us to rezone eventually.
yeah, so they're kind of getting what they want, a nice development with lots of, pay a lot of money, because you get, so I'm sure.
And that's exactly
let 'em
where,
pay.
that's where my question was
Yeah, I
going,
agree.
because I kind of thought that would be the answer I got. And I don't want us to be behind the 8 ball or in front of it when we start to look at whatever we're going to be doing in this counties with schools in the future. So far, whatever meaning that has, I really need to say that. And I don't even pretend to understand all there is to understand about concurrency, but I'm going to get to be a little bit better at it, because I think that sooner or later, we're going to be in a position where we're going to have to do something or other, right? Right.
Well, and another piece of this, although there are no plans to build any new school at any level right now, there are plans that I've instructed to look at to potentially completely remodel and renovate Rickards, which it may include lowering the current capacity, so Rickards may not be over capacity any longer if in the remodeling process we lower the current under capacity, right? That's all right.
We know what you mean.
If we reduce student stations as a part of that complete overhaul of that site.
Yes. And with that, in this blue form, you got a tab 2 in there, and that is what we use enrollment versus capacity form. And so y'all can see this. There's a lot of numbers on here that we use, percentages and all, but the real number will be the far right-hand number that you'd be looking at. At the elementary school level, currently we have 3,213 available student stations. At the middle school level, we have 1,949 available student stations, and at the high school level, we have 1,193.
Where's,
That's district
wide.
That's district.
oh,
Count class size limitation.
Yes. And Superintendent Hannah has been talking with us. We have roughly 2,000 student stations in portables in this district.
2,000 in portables,
Yes.
high school, all throughout.
All throughout,
Up to-
elementary and high
2,000
school.
what?
Roughly
In portables.
2,000 student stations in portables.
Okay.
And it's been the goal to reduce portables every way we can. And with the choice policy that's coming into effect that you'll hear next, some of that may deter it, but once a child is choiced into a school, they get to stay until they reach the highest grade level. It may be that portables aren't available to come off of school sites for up to 5-6 years because we've accepted them in. But those are some real numbers that when you start talking to a developer about paying concurrency and they're noticing that you have 8,000 available student stations, that's another real issue out there.
and it's probably not very long before your litigation expenses exceed the whopping $300,000.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
I told you at the last meeting I got my law degree the same place you did.
People say that like it's a bad thing.
Sorry, Carrie, I'm just saying it for him.
It's all right. Well, and, you know, you had somebody here from the School Board Association, it probably, you know, there's a lot of moving pieces, there's the class size limitation, there's school choice, there's, you know, just, but there's a lot of things happening in this community too, long-term planning for the Wilani. I mean, it's a big conversation. It'd be, I'm sure, helpful to hear what some of your other school boards, I mean, relatively, we're one of the communities that grows at a slower pace than a lot of other places.
Well, and that development on the Phipps property, or that Orchard Pond toll road thing, that's got capacity for, I think, 8,000 houses.
Yeah,
And it will be in the child zone,
Uh-huh.
which will be right back here.
right.
So rezoning may just, I mean, I hate to say it, but we're not gonna be able to provide that without.
Well, not this
I don't know
year.
how long they come, I don't know when
So,
they're coming.
so what's next? So I have a meeting Monday morning at 9 with the Wilani people to talk about that 7 acres. So what's next with this issue with the hammock?
Right now, they have not come back to us for mitigation. They know the amount of student stations and the value per student station. It's up for them now to meet with us to discuss mitigations. They they brought up that they may change this into a 55-plus subdivision.
Yeah, but then if someone sells it to a younger couple, I don't know how you would control that. So
Their homeowners association would have.
you have to control that.
It has to be in the covenant.
Restrictive covenants and,
Yeah.
and those are.
It would be the
So
village.
the,
Wow.
so the issues to consider is district-wide service area, is that, or changing, or we keep going like we are now?
I personally would be very reluctant to go district, because what we're saying to the development community is, build all you want, there's no consequence, and we'll, you know, we'll deal with it. I.e., we'll rezone, you know. That's just my personal opinion.
If they pay, that can get their attention.
Well,
That's what I think too.
one of the ideas behind
I don't think
these
it's fair.
fees is to make it more expensive to develop in certain areas so that development gets pushed another
Exactly.
way. So
So why would you?
that's not the
set
intended
everybody up for
purpose,
that?
but it's one of the byproducts, and that will be the discussion that
I mean,
comes up with the city and county if the board decides.
That and urban sprawl and.
I mean, if we were to do this, then the FIPS people would say, okay, we just build and y'all deal with it, right?
Yeah, I like that idea, to make it more expensive for them to build in some other areas, push it in some other directions, maybe not, kind of push it.
You want to make it more attractive to build in other places.
That's exactly what the intent was, because the intent of the impact, I want them to jive. That's right. Thank you.
Well, I can remember when we got the first new
That's important.
elementary school on the south side, it didn't come to the school board first. It came to the kind of the city, the inner lot. And then the school board came in. We were third to come in. And this may happen again.
Okay, so I think I hear y'all saying, look, we're gonna stay
No.
put and just
I mean,
see,
I hear everybody saying that, I mean,
right.
Dee Dee and.
Okay.
We
So,
will bring back to you.
I can see that if the school board can make
I
a
mean, I
decision
think the-
on a
and
new
we-
school, then we have to go through the city and the county to make a decision for us.
Okay, this is a very lively discussion. Thank
Can I
you.
say one more thing, Arthur?
Yes.
Thank you. And just because we had this come up the other night, an unintended consequence, well, I don't even remember now what it was, but it was something that was drafted and 5 years later, it was an unintended consequence. So one of the unintended consequences I think about with this is the home prices in those, they're just going to go up exponentially. Developers are going to pass along this cost to the buyer. So what effect is that going to have on the rest of the community? I don't know, but I'm just saying it's something that we need to look at the bigger picture and maybe just think about.
Okay. All right, so for a future date and time, we will take a look at those particular issues and comments, and I think that's what I'm hearing.
What's the time frame again, Mr.
For this?
Superintendent? You're going,
I'm sorry.
the timeline for when we have to make a decision.
Well,
They have not came back to us, to the school board yet. Once they come back, one time they were talking about they had property at Buck Lake area that they were going to look at. So they may be moving their whole subdivision at this point in time.
I don't think there's an immediate need to make a decision. I think the superintendent's, this one situation brought it, does it come to a head that this hasn't been revisited in over 10 years, and so the statute has changed, so now you kind of understand all the complexities around it, and there's a bunch of different options on how to go forward, but anyway, that's.
Okay.
I didn't quite get that.
I didn't like that, is that what
You
it
have
said?
to quite get that.
She does not understand.
That's awesome. So sorry, I thought it was awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Wow. Thanks, Danny. Thanks, Carrie. Okay. Controlled open enrollment updates, please. Good Lord, I thought it was,
Those 3 schools are just.
I'm trying hard. Okay. So who's up for controlled open enrollment dates? Do we have people coming forward? Dr. Gale, Jamie Holloman, Kelly, Bev, and all right. We're on the roll.
I would say no.
I usually sit next to Miss Strickland, and she always tells me what time it is, and I'm not next to her today, so she's not telling me the time, so she made me do that. Yes, ma'am. Give us one moment, Dr. Gale, and I think we'll be ready to listen. All right, I think we're ready now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent, and board members. If you would be kind enough to take out your green folder.
Whoever color-coded these, we appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Your green folder. I'd quickly like to go over the contents of the folder, and then we're going to get started with our presentation. At the front of your folder, you have the state statute that we're going to talk about this afternoon. The next big part is a working draft, and you will hear time and time again, working draft, as we talk about this today. Then you have a copy of the controlled open enrollment application, which is online, thanks to Jamie Holloman and Technology and Information Services. The deadline is April the 1st. You have the school choice application next, which closed out on yesterday, which was March the 1st. Yes. Then you have a past application for the 2016-2017 school year, and then very quickly you have the capacity at our school sites looking at below 80% and below 90%, and we'll talk about all of that. I just wanted to make sure that you knew what was in your folder. First of all, this is a working draft that we're bringing to you. We've heard from you. We'd like to give some input before you bring a policy before us. The superintendent asked that we convene a committee. This is just some of the committee members. Other members of the committee are sitting out in the audience right now. As you know, school choice, which provides an opportunity for numerous and meaningful options for students and parents, has been implemented in our district since 2001. Always keep in mind that all of our schools provide excellent opportunities for education and learning, but school choice, it started off as a magnet program option. As you know, at this time, we have 4 elementary magnet programs, we have 4 in the middle school, and we have 2 in the high school. Other school choice options include home education and Leon County Virtual School as well. Last year, with the advent of the new law with control open enrollment, which is Florida Statute 1002.31, it's effective for the 2017-2018 school year, and you'll be happy to know that we've been meeting as a committee since October to work on some things. As of Tuesday, 29 of the 67 districts in the state of Florida have an approved control open enrollment policy in place, because this is very new. As school board member Rasmussen has said time and time again, it comes without a lot of guidance. They give us the law, but not a technical assistance plan. So committee members are going to talk about different parts of the controlled open enrollments and what we have been doing with the working draft. We want to spend most of the time talking about the working draft of a policy that we hope to bring to you for advertisement at our March 28th meeting. With that being said, the person in our school choice office who gets all of the great calls, especially yesterday, is none other than Jamie Holloman, and she's going to come up and talk to you now about the working draft of the policy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I am in the school choice. I have that luxury of getting all the calls and trying to answer those questions of all the parents. And when people say it's confusing, I agree with them. But I tell them it's a working in progress, and we are trying to come up with a policy that will cover everyone and us. But so we've had to tweak 5120 because some of the changes from our longtime school choice applications will no longer be covered under 5120, and the new policy that we're coming up with is 5121 to cover that new
Will we delete
way of
5120?
No, because we'll still be using it for the other things like hardships.
Okay.
And there's still other ways of reassignment. So 5121 will be the new policy that we're working on right now to cover the new statute that is giving us this direction to do this new line of reassignments. And so far, it's been a great success. This is the first year we've ever had applications online. In the past years, you've had to go get principal signatures, and you've had to submit your application to us. And then, but this is first year, you can submit your application online. And right now, we have over 2,000 applications since January 4th. And so we are, yesterday was the deadline, and we'll get a couple hundred from the schools, from the magnet applications that were submitted yesterday, because the applications go directly to the schools. And then March 10th, they'll tell us the spreadsheet of who they've approved or not approved. So that is how we're the messenger on that. We don't make that determination for those magnet applications. So with that, I know some of the questions that I've had from some members were about hardships. And in the past, you had to have a reason to reassign. You couldn't just say, I don't want to go to my school, I want another school. You'd have to come up with a hardship. So that's where the hardship application would be in use. They would write a letter determining what their hardship was, but some of the letters we got were, I don't like that. I'd like it's closer to my work, which is convenient, but it's not always a hardship. So we took hardships offline until this April 1st deadline, because right now you don't have to make up a hardship. So when people call and say, I want to apply for a reassignment, where's the hardship form? You don't have to make up something. You can just apply using that controlled open enrollment. And all availability is based on capacity. So we've given them 3 choices. That's something new we've never done in the past. You just had to put your request in, and then you were denied. And if you were appealed, then you could try to still get approved. And now we've taken that off until the April 1st deadline, because now they can just tell me they want those 3 schools. They don't have to make up a reason. And so if availability if capacity is available at the schools they requested, then we'll be able to approve them. But right now, we're still determining that. Mm-hmm.
So you said we're keeping 5120 because we're still going to have school choice for hardship.
Well, we still have school choices still functioning. We still have magnets. We still have over-under. We still have sibling support, grandfathering. So there's still reasons that people would put in reassignment. They want a grandfather to stay. They want to go do sibling support. So that 5120 policy will still cover all of those ways for them to stay at a school or reassign to a school. It's the new policy that's saying, I just want to change from one school to another, and I don't need a hardship. I just have the opportunity. If there's a seat available, I get to apply for it. And
That's
so
5121.
Yes, ma'am. 5121. And so that is all new to us, and having to explain that to, we just try to focus really and tell everybody how important it is about the capacity. So now that everybody won't need to do a hardship, now we can really have true hardships. So if something happens and they have a true hardship, then that hardship will be the letter and the proof that there's a hardship. I was in this zone, I got evicted, here's my proof of eviction, my letter. You have to have with your letter proof that there is a hardship. Because we've had thousands of hardship letters that are just more of a convenience and a preference, not a hardship. So now I think that people know there's a deadline now, which in the past there has not been a deadline. And so this is going to help us be able to staff and plan better for the schools that the students are going to. And so these hardships, so that when this goes offline April 1st, hardships will come up. And so hopefully there'll be true hardships and not just a preference we are receiving school applications online from out of county. And with this new statute, they won't need to get county releases. So in the past, we got reassignment, and from an out of county, they had to have a county release. And then we would place them at the school that was not over capacity. And but starting this new statute and this new policy, they won't need that release. But we have a list we're able to sort all the applications that come in so we can serve our county residents first, and military families, foster families. Yes.
Can you give us an idea of what you're seeing coming from other counties?
Sure. So from Franklin County, there's 216 applications from out of county totals. 216.
Okay.
Franklin County is 2. Gadsden County is 127. This was Monday. We've gotten about 500 this week, so this doesn't count. But,
Wait a minute, back up.
so Jefferson,
This does not
Gadsden,
include, this only goes up to,
just till Monday, when, because I thought I was going to do the meeting Tuesday.
This
So,
this Monday.
Monday, just the other day.
This week.
so what you're saying is these are not the total, these are
Well,
not total numbers.
2 days ago it was the total.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
But in the last 2 days, you've had,
Plenty more, so we don't, yeah. I'll,
sorry, keep going.
yeah,
Okay.
no, but that's a good, because they're coming in now, because then everybody, I noticed everybody's applying, more applications are coming in for controlled open, because they're like, oh, we heard it was a deadline, we thought we had plenty of time.
Right.
But then when we say that was just for magnets or employee, they're like, oh, I better go ahead and turn mine in. So that is good, because we're encouraging, the earlier we can get the applications processed, the earlier we can get them enrolled and accounted for, so we can plan for FTE and staffing. So, so out of the 216 that we had received so far, that's from January 4th until Monday. Out of that 216, there were 2 from Franklin County, 127 from Gadsden, 65 from Monticello, 4 from Madison, and 18 from Wakulla.
Okay, Monticello, Jefferson County, is that what you're?
Mhm. So we did get quite a bit from Jefferson County, quite a bit, meaning, to me, I thought it was quite a bit. It was about 75 last year. But they did the Opportunity Scholarship because they had their county grade. And so when they were coming in that way, we were able to plan where we send them. And they all went to Chairs, which they were grateful to go to Chairs because it's an A school, it's on the county line, so it helped them and it helped us because Chairs is under capacity. So that was a good fit. So we're going to try to serve these reassignments as best we can, but we'll first serve our Leon County residents. And first we'll do the employees and sibling support, any of the over-under capacities. Those are students that are at an over-capacity school. Like if they're zoned for Gilchrist, Mumford, or Leon, and they would like to go to schools that weren't over, those are easy approvals because that help both schools.
Let's go.
So, yeah,
Great.
easy approvals,
And
yes.
what, did we define capacity? Did I miss that part?
Well,
Or not
Next,
there?
I think that's next.
Okay.
this is my least favorite part.
Thank you. Good job, Kenny.
Thank you,
This
Jane.
is our only
Thank you.
hope at managing this. right?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and address the capacity, and this is a draft, as we've said before. What we're looking at on this sheet that we've given you.
Do we have that sheet?
It's in the back.
On the back?
The orange color and the green one. The green one is at 90% student stations. We're not looking at portables. We don't want portables that we can't get off, so we're looking at the permanent utilization rate student stations. So Appalachia, once it reaches 90%, well, I'll just go ahead. Right now, and after Bill Nimit's presentation on Genesis, I don't know if my numbers are any good, but as of 2/28, the numbers in Genesis showed the green highlighted areas are below 90% permanent student stations at the utilization rate that DOE sets. So it would give you, in that 5120, you would have approximately 19 schools that you would be able to choice into. The 5121, you'd use the same column, it's the orange sheet. That would be the controlled open enrollment. You would have 11 sites that would be available currently. Now, this number changes daily, and as students get accepted, there's less choice out there for them of schools that'll be available. So that's how capacity's been determined.
So,
So the language in this policy says something to the effect of, as the numbers, as they fill, this is the baseline.
Yes. Yes, our policy says and the statute, the way it's set up is the school has to keep a running total online where they're at, how many permanent student station capacity they'll have, and what today's rate would be, tomorrow's rate. It fluctuates.
Because
So,
when this was explained to me during the legislative session, if I remember and understood correctly, the deal was if you get a kid when they're 5 years old, they get to stay, in, let's say Gilchrist, there's got to be room for them for all 6 years.
In their zone, right?
No, under this choice thing.
Okay, let me
If we
choice.
say,
I
well,
got
we've
you.
got,
Okay.
like, we've got capacity at 11 schools,
Uh-huh.
but one of those schools is going to have a new development next year. Can we, do we look at that development that we know is coming online and incorporate, is that in,
We have gave ourselves the flexibility for movement in for the school choice, the 5120 by 10%
okay,
of the permanent. Now, if a student is zoned for that school and the school grows, and like you said, if, once you accept a child, they're allowed to stay there until they reach the highest grade
Right.
level, or unless they've done something to have them
yeah,
removed. So as far as a school like, and I don't want to pick on Gilchrist is a huge school already.
right.
But if zone kids move in the Gilchrist area and we've accepted 600 of that well, I guess that's a bad number. 200 of that 1,000 number students are choice students, we can't make them leave. But because they're zone kids, we could bring a portable in to house them. But by bringing the portable in, I'm not increasing the permanent student
Right.
stations. So when those
Or the cafeteria.
children that have left, as they graduate out, they can no longer choice into that school. So as, and then eventually get the portable off, this policy will begin to make it where the school decreases in size so we can remove portables, and that it limits the choices to the schools that have available space, not because you want them there.
So let me ask it a different way. All right, the thing we were just talking about, that development over wherever that was, on off of
Bannerman.
Bannerman. All right, so presumably those kids would be
You're
in that
right.
new neighborhood if they go with a traditional family. Those elementary age kids would go to
Killearn Lakes.
Killearn Lakes. If people want a choice into Killearn Lakes, are we configuring that new development in that the student stations for that new development as part of that base number?
So let me real quick. So we have two different numbers that we're using. We're using 90% for policy 5120 to account for that growth, and we're using 80% for policy 5121. Have we are attorneys okay with this? With using two different capacity numbers for different policies?
Attorneys have been sitting with us.
Okay, all right, so basically what we've said is, for employees and for all of those reasons listed initially, sibling support, but we're using the 90% capacity and below, you can go to those schools. For control open enrollment, Jefferson County, Gaston County, it's 80%, so we're saving room at those schools for those very reasons. Right.
And Opal, we have the discretion to do that in the law, to have two different standards?
That is something that we talked about when I was invited to the committee to discuss. I encouraged the committee to talk through one percentage. I think it's an open question. We don't know how this is going to be interpreted. There's not anything in the statute right now that authorizes, except for the general acknowledgement that this is in addition to your current choice program.
So if we can hang on that.
If it's currently at your choice program, so if it's set out in your policy, somehow there's an acknowledgement that that is what you're doing currently for your current choice program, then we can make that argument.
So does our current choice program say 90%?
It's been wide open.
It will.
That's my concern, that we have two different thresholds. We have a 90% threshold and an 80% threshold. I mean,
We can try it until you get challenged, but if the current policy probably needs to before, like simultaneously or before.
They will, March 28th.
And this is information we're bringing to y'all. This is a draft, information for input. We will be bringing a policy back to you. And one of the other things that we've discussed when you said employee's choice, if I'm an employee in Jefferson County, I can't displace a district child. So that's going to be something that's going to have to be looked at also.
So 5121 we keep saying for out-of-county people, but really, it's also gonna be for all these people that got denied under 5120,
Right.
who are in this county.
Yes,
And then do they get preference?
yes, they do.
Okay.
You can't displace a student inside the district with a student outside.
They get preference, but my only issue is it's the 80-90. I'm just, it's,
There are other districts that are doing that, I believe.
there are, okay.
Does 5120 currently have an actual number given to define capacity? No, that's what I thought. Did you? That's what I was asking. Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
have one. But that's what I said, they're gonna bring them both. Yes, but it's not like we're changing from our current number, because there is no number assigned. It's just- okay.
The statute says we have to define.
Right. Oh, one more question. So if a student comes to us in 2 weeks from Gadsden County and they pitch a fit because they didn't know that that's it, I mean, the deadline is done to come from another county,
It's April 1st,
that's hardship.
right? No, control choice is April 1st.
Okay, so let's say they come in July. That's it? No?
Well,
Okay.
So here's the thing. And this is a work in progress for us too, because when we get this question, I'm like, that's a good question. We're going to think. But I do want to say about this March 1st deadline that just ended yesterday, that was all employees, and that was magnet schools. Now, March 10th, all these magnet schools will let me know, here's our list of approved, here's our denied. I imagine on March 12th, they'll get these letters that say you're denied, and I'm going to have a ton of new controlled open applications, because they say, well, I didn't get approved for raw, now I want to apply for a controlled open to get into raw. So that's going to increase too, but we still, it all comes in Excel, into my database is Excel, so I could sort it by the counties and make sure we first are going to place those magnet applicants that were approved, get them, and then any local and Leon County students before we'll open the seats up to anybody out of county. So many people that will ask for, say, Leon High School, because that's what, we have about 319 applications for Leon High School. The first day they had the right to appeal, and that was their way of getting it appealed and into there. Well, now that was another tweaking that we're doing on policy 5120. You cannot appeal a denial if you are denied to the capacity of the requested school. So on my denial letter, it says, unfortunately, Leon is over capacity. You could apply for another school or attend your home zone, but we don't give the appeal an option. We don't give them an option to appeal if they were denied due to capacity.
Okay, let me speak to that.
Mm-hmm.
So they hadn't even finished counting votes on November the 8th, and I received a phone call about, can my child go to this school?
Yep.
Okay, so that's,
That's the biggest thing.
Especially.
so what I talked to Jamie about is, can we create a policy where I can go back and say, it's in our policy, because before it was, Katie Brother, it was just everybody go wherever you want.
Everyone could
Right?
appeal.
It doesn't matter when you come, you could come August the 6th, the deadlines didn't matter, reasons didn't matter, nothing mattered. But if we had it in our policy where, look, that I can at least say it's in our policy that this school's at capacity, I'm sorry, whether it's my sister, whether it's my mother, whoever it is that's coming, then they're gonna come, there are gonna be hundreds of them coming, then I can at least point to a policy that says, I'm sorry.
And another way to eliminate that before they get through me to you, on the application, when the hardships come out April 2nd, it'll have a drop-down menu of all the schools available. So and it will say, if the school you're looking for is not on that list, there's no capacity at the school. So that would help them not be excited thinking, oh, I hope I get that approval letter, and then to get it and it's denied. So, right. And I get those calls from your office and as well as Senator Mumford's office asking about denials.
You know what, Joy? This is going to help with teacher recruitment. This is flowing right into you.
Good. It flows into
All these
teacher
parents that
recruitment.
want their
Thank
kid
you,
in, tell
Jamie.
them, hey, we have a need for it. Start telling them we need teachers.
That's right, we do.
So there we go. We're going to
All right.
merge that
So,
together.
if you're
and
a
solve everybody's
teacher,
problem.
you could get
We could do
first
it.
choice at
I'm telling
reassignment.
you.
Yes.
work.
Okay, well, another question on this?
Yeah,
Yes,
so this hasn't been to DAC or anything. But it-
About the timeline.
Okay.
Okay,
I have
all
one
right.
more question. It has
One
to
more
do-
question? Go ahead.
I might be confused, I'm sure I am. Okay, so right now we have an exemption, but I'm the superintendent, here's this question. So
I'm sorry.
I have a question because it has to do with, we have had a policy for a few years that if you go to a charter school and you come back to the district, you can go to any school you want to. Where are we on that?
We have that in our, right now in our old choice policy, so those students have already been considered.
In 5120?
Yeah.
Yeah. And and what we've all talked
What
about
about
is
moving
there'll be some things that we're going to have to go back and readdress after this choice season, because this is such a complicated statute and because we haven't gotten guidance. I think the only groups that have gotten guidance from DOE have been the charter schools, because I've been to at least 2 meetings about this with charter schools, as a charter school authorizer. So it's complicated, and again, I think we definitely all agree we'll come back, but we had to get through these choice deadlines first. And I think we've done the best that we could do with the guidance that we have. Just so you know, charter schools also fall under this statute. You know, sometimes they're not in statute, but they also have to have a controlled open enrollment policy of their own. Each one, they have to publish their capacity on their websites. And this could actually increase enrollment in some of the charter schools. However, Tallahassee School of Math and Science and the 2 SAS schools basically have said they can only serve in-district students. They won't have seats for out-of-county students. Okay? And we'll keep updating you on that as well.
Okay, so just to finish up my question is, so this year we had an agreement with people in charter schools, they knew they could come in and do it. But since now we'll have open enrollment choice, basically anybody can go anywhere up until April 1st, essentially if you provide your own transportation, right?
And if your seat's available.
That we won't need that.
We think
We won't
that
need
that
that
would be the
policy.
change. Well, we think that would be the change that would be in our current choice policy. That would fall out. For next year, controlled open enrollment would take care of that.
Because I have heard literally people saying, leaving a school, the Young County School, in the 7th grade, and go enroll in charter school in the 8th grade, so they could get whatever high school they wanted in the 9th grade.
In the 9th grade,
So it'd be
wow.
nice to stop that.
One more question.
Please, oh, yes, ma'am.
Once a kid is in, though,
You're in.
You're in.
The only way you can lose your privilege of reassignment is to have that
Recession.
bad behavior.
okay.
And that's clearly stated in 5120 and now in this 5120. Exactly what is bad attendance, what is bad behavior.
What about siblings?
Siblings,
It's
siblings
right
are
here.
always, it happens all the time. We do,
Well-
but we get questions. My brother got in a fight,
Well-
I didn't.
But my point is, if we allow one student into, no, under the 5121, so it would only be on this list of schools, right? If we allow one student, do we have to look at how many kids are in the family? Like, if they've got 6 kids,
But you know what, those are under capacity students, so if they did have 6, those are under capacity schools, so if they did have 6, that's good, because we needed those students.
I understand what you're saying, Dee Dee. If you, first of all, the parent has to fill out an application for every child. So it might be, it's going to depend upon the seats that are at that particular school. Now, if it's the case wherein it is an undercapacity school, that's a great thing. But if it's not, then it may just be that I get in 3rd grade, but my other siblings do not get in because we don't have capacity. We
Right.
do have to think about the fact that that child,
And talk about recess.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you all
Okay,
so much.
can I give you the timeline?
just real quick, the,
That was a segue.
That
I
was
was
a great segue.
sorry, the, never mind.
We need
Really quick timeline, if I may, Madam Chair. This is coming before you today, the draft, the working draft. It will also go before principals so that we can get input. I think it's Monday, March 13th. If that input can come to me. It will go before, we'll talk about this during DAC meeting, because principals have a copy. We plan to present a draft policy of 5121 to be advertised on March 28th, and also any tweaking or amendments that we have planned for 5120.
Wait, advertising at when?
March 28th.
For the, our March meeting? No.
It'll be on the agenda for March
And we're
28th.
approving it for advertisement on
Yes,
March
ma'am.
28th. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very
Wonderful group.
much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good,
Thank
good,
you.
yeah. It's recess time. Where's Dr. Alan Cox? Thank you. Appreciate it. Good information.
I would overload today and.
What?
I can't even imagine. It's only gonna get worse.
Did you get any extra help? The computer, I know, is helping. Thank God. But, yeah.
Recess policy updates. I think you need no introduction.
Okay, y'all look in your folders, go to the right,
What color?
What color?
blue folder,
The blue
go to the
folder.
right in the very back. Is there anything in there?
Nope, just the big, just
Not yet.
Okay, look in your
have a
folders and you should
wellness
see
thing.
something that says
Oh.
wellness.
Got that
In
on
the
the
blue
left.
folder.
On the left.
There it is, Roseanne, see it right there.
Oh,
You
yeah,
got
wellness,
Okay,
wellness,
good.
that's it.
And then look maybe behind that, or also look to the right and you should see the procedure.
Got it.
Got it.
Yeah.
I got that.
I got wellness.
Yeah, these two.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead, I'll find it.
you got it right there. I see it, Jordan. Right there.
Yep, I got wellness.
You
Go.
got it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what we did is one is the actual policy that, that before the recess stuff was just in procedures. It was kind of done that way on purpose. But so today I went and I said, well, let's plug in some of the language that we talked about the other night. So if you turn to page 2 of the wellness policy, I put it under F and it should be in red and underlined. On the separate individual page is the procedure. Of course, the procedure is kind of how do we make this thing happen, and we kept it kind of simple. So once again, on the policy, F, each school shall provide at least 100 minutes supervised, safe, and unstructured free play recess each week for students in kindergarten through grade 5, so that there are at least 20 consecutive minutes of free play recess per day. Here's the addition. So after the 20 consecutive minutes, and that came straight from the draft, straight out of the Senate bill, except in limited circumstances, when, in the professional judgment of the teacher administrator, it is not possible. Scheduling and flexibility are to be at the discretion of the teacher and administrator. Then I went over and I said, well, let's go over to procedures and actually put some IEs over there, some for examples. And so I just put the same language in that top one. At the elementary level, recess periods are required daily for students, except in limited circumstances, when in the professional judgment of the teacher administrator it is not possible. For example, and these are the things I mentioned the other night: field trips, fall, spring carnivals, weather, absentee of student during recess time, various school-wide events, and I could go on and on and on and on. But
I'm having a flashback. Not a good one.
What happened?
I.e., like the Boy Scouts.
Okay,
I don't.
it's all right.
Yeah. So I think I'm not a big fan of the when in professional judgment of the teacher administrator is not possible, because then we're right back to where we started. Then their professional judgment, this child needs to be withheld for academic remediation. This child needs to be withheld because he's been out for 2 weeks and he's behind. This child needs to be withheld because he's holding back my class from being straight A's. Whatever it may be, I think so if we want to define the parameters for which the child should not go to recess, then we need to define that, and maybe with a very strict, or with consultation from the principal or whatever. But I think, again,
Your concern is that you want the whole class to go out for recess,
I
or
do.
the whole class not go out for recess.
well, I want the whole class to go out for recess.
I know, but
If there's a carnival that
if there's a
day.
carnival that day,
That's not the problem.
So let's say, a school event that day, a field trip. I mean, we're already defining some of the reasons that are justifiable. But I think what we're trying to eliminate is the ability for the child to be pulled back because of academic or disciplinary
I'm
problems.
asking, your concern is individual students not going to recess when the rest of the class is?
Or just the opposite, maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, not punishing the whole class for, one student, not using this, really, you had it the other night and the policy changed. It did say,
but I heard an objection.
So can we get to the not be denied recess as a form of discipline, or for additional academic something, and Is that okay?
Just add that in.
And let me say, hey,
here's
Jillian, you want
one
to tell them real quick the little Maddie Gregory story?
Is this about the cat in the hat? That's a Mom of the Year story.
So, I think I would caution us as a board, and I certainly hear your concerns, but I have a parent of an intervention student, and this is really personal. My child is fine cognitively, there's no ESC issues, there's nothing organically wrong except she needs reading. She has the most amazing teacher. I have nothing but the highest regard for her. And as a parent, and I have heard all of the parents, but I also hear all these fragile students, and I take a little umbrage with that because my kid is one of these fragile students. And if my child's teacher feels compelled to work with her, and we have a policy that prohibits her working, and this just happened to us, and this became so crystal to me 2 weeks ago. Maddie Gregory came home, gets in a car, and says to me, Mommy, I didn't get to go to all of recess today. And I said, you didn't? And she doesn't actually know what I do. She just thinks I'm a helper with schools. And I said, you didn't? Why didn't you get to go? And she said, well, I was having an issue in reading, and Miss Oschlager kept me back. And I said, oh, okay. I said, did you work on it? Yeah, I worked on it. We talked through the process. And I had to take a moment and think as a mom if I was okay with that. And I will tell you, I am a mom of an intervention kid. My kid does, it's crazy. My kid doesn't, we're on grade level. And I am really okay if my teacher, in her expert opinion, thinks that Maddie Gregory needs to hang back for 5 or 10 minutes, or 15 minutes or 20 minutes. And I am a play-based mom. My kid went to creative preschool. My kid had a Montessori kindergarten experience. My kid has a lot of play in her day. She comes home and she decompresses by playing. And so I understand the recess issue, but I would just urge you, from a parent perspective of an intervention student, to caution against the prohibition of the teacher's expertise in providing that support to her. It's really hard for me to be like a professional, I'm a mom.
I get you.
And so, I do feel strongly as a parent about this. I respect the other moms who come up and talk about how important play is. It is a fundamental core value of my family, which is probably why my kids are in intervention day. But at the end of the day, if Miss Oschlager wants to keep her back, or the reading coach is working with her during recess time, that's okay with me.
I appreciate that, and that's awesome, and you're her mother, and you know it's best, but for every one story like that, we'll have an exact on the opposite side. And I got an email just last week, or actually a phone call from a parent who was devastated because her child needed some intervention and was not allowed to go to a little party where everybody that read on a certain level got to go to, and she was devastated. Devastated.
You bring up a good issue. So there are other instructional issues we need to tackle in the district, and we need to talk about in terms of school culture, and we need to talk about in terms of the bigger picture when it comes to children. I just think, and I'm all in on doing that, right? That's my job as an instructional leader in the district, and I will navigate that. But I think to put in policy something that prohibits a teacher would get in trouble, and now it's a domain for professional responsibility that they keep getting dinged on in a teacher evaluation. I would caution you. I'm not an elected official.
So there's a bill being proposed to do away with teacher evaluation system, so we'll be all interested to see Domain 4 may no longer exist, which
So
would be awesome.
another example that I heard very quickly would have been the Rocky Hanna in the class, that when it was time to do his work, he wasn't doing his work, he was doodling, writing a little note to the girl on the other side of the class, and then came recess time, and his teacher said, "Where's Rocky, did you finish your worksheet?" "Nah, I didn't finish it." "Well, until you finish that worksheet, you can't go outside." Well, now it's like, well, I get to go outside. There's a policy that says I don't have to do my worksheet. I can go out there and play anyway. So I'm just bringing these up as examples. And this recess thing sounds really simple. I'm over it, but there are other things to consider.
I have a question.
Yes.
We had it the other night, I thought. What does the bill say?
That right there. F.
What?
It stops at what?
8 to 5.
F. That's it. It said the 20 minutes, consecutive minutes of free play.
No, I know, but
It doesn't have the
where does it
except,
stop?
right?
It does not, it stops right after,
per day.
right.
So if that bill passes, our policy is now out of whack, because we're not allowed to add
So-
accept anything.
Well, then I'd have to move that to,
No. It wouldn't be, it would be illegal.
So if, are you,
Well, we wouldn't be
am I,
doing-
am I hearing that you would like to stop it where at per day? Am I hearing that?
I don't know.
See, I think in the
well,
procedures.
that's what I brought.
In the procedures, you could talk about the exceptions. You just have the policy. You know, it's, I believe it says offered, school shall, oh, it says, doesn't say require. I noticed that today. It says provide, right?
Right.
Each school shall provide. So it's in the schedule, there's 20 minutes, and just like we provide reading every day, right? But there are always exceptions when every single kid doesn't go to reading. So that the principals can understand that they have some discretion at the school, but I think. when
So we
you-
stop the policy at per day,
Yeah,
right?
I think you
And-
should stop it at the day.
Okay, and then in the, let's,
In the procedures, you have some
And put that in
exceptions.
procedure.
But I am worried about a
Yeah,
lot of.
stop it at per
of
day.
recess being used, you know, as reward and punishment on a regular basis. Maybe the one time in Rocky, this is the 10th time you've done that, you're not going to recess, I'm staying with you and we're having a counseling session. You know? We're having a counseling session, everybody else is going to recess. We want them to have some discretion, and the same with your daughter. But that it's not
Well,
become the common practice, that, because the schools are struggling. I did meet with, you know, Iris Wilson and David today just to talk to them about how they felt about this. And, you know, they remind me, and I know we're trying to keep this in mind, they're under a lot of pressure. And they don't feel like they have 20 minutes because we've shortened the school day because of the newer bus schedule. They used to have more time, and they don't have aides. And so it's not like this is, you know, panacea, and I'm the one I know been pushing it, and other of us have too, but we need to give some flexibility at the school, but not so much that you can drive a barn.
well, I think a period needs to be placed at the end of recess per day. And I think we need to allow discretion in the classroom of the teacher, because a little Joy Junior probably would not act as nicely as a little, where's Maddie?
Back here.
Yeah.
Behind you.
Probably would not, might not respond quite like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And this would allow us to meet all of those kids, particularly at their needs and their levels, okay? And since we provide parents with, what do you call those handbooks? They know what the rules and regulations are. And it could cause there to be a need for additional, if you can get them parent-teacher conferences, if there are additional problems, you know? But let there be recess. Give me something to look forward to. Let me get rid of that energy, because I might already know that I can't read, and I just need to get out there for just a little while, be with everybody else, and then I can come in and sit down and go, all right, I'm ready to read now. Now, that's not the best example, but I suspect that
It is.
I think, but that it is one that I am familiar with
And
as
don't,
well.
and I'm
Okay.
gonna add on to
That's
that, don't
it.
forget, when it's hot, you got the, when it's hot, those students have to be sprayed down.
Say
I know
what,
that.
Miss Lewis?
Yes, that's my, when I carried, when Whitney went to McLean for the summer, and she got there, I don't know if you got there late, I said, don't forget to spray her down, before they go out there in the hot sun.
With sunscreen.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I don't want to, yeah.
I want to go back to the word provide, because if kids
like
like
that.
Dee Dee Rasmussen who hate to sweat do not want to go outside in the deep heat, do I have to?
Yeah. It's Florida.
At recess, yeah.
It says
watch it.
provide. For you. I took PE during summer school. I hated it so bad.
But then your parents need to get in a letter that little Dee Dee can't get in the
Recess
sun.
doesn't
period.
say you have to have recess outside.
That's
It says
it.
you have to have recess.
Yes,
I'm gonna be a lawyer for a minute.
all right,
If you put a period after per day,
uh-huh,
there is no discretion by the teachers or principals in this period.
all right.
It is a mandate to provide it, and you can't, and there's no discretion,
Okay,
okay? That is the way,
That's why this came from Orange County and Palm Beach County. That's why they put that language in there.
and so I'm just saying, even though maybe having a reaction to the exceptions down here.
Yep,
If you don't have those in there, there is no discretion.
okay.
You
It
will be
doesn't say
telling
that.
Huh?
Except
It said
in.
the school shall provide an argument.
I think we're looking at two different things.
Okay, I follow
No court
you.
would look at that and say that that gives the teachers the option to not take kids to recess.
I would,
Okay.
second to my first preference, I would prefer the language that we see in the procedure above the language that we see in the, oh no, sorry, go back. I would prefer the language we see in the, this is policy? Yes. In the policy above the language we see in procedure. I think, I don't like the whole IE.
We don't have to have a procedure. The policy can speak for itself and just provide that it's in limited circumstances.
There you go.
But
Okay, I
think
follow you.
I would really encourage you to give a little bit of wiggle room.
Okay,
That's the point of it.
all right.
What am I doing with procedures?
Nothing.
We want wiggle room, though.
I personally, just disagree with you on that. I think it's not bad to have a few examples, so you're not saying the whole barn door is open for
That's the point.
exceptions. These are
Okay.
the kinds of things. I like that, actually.
Okay, so this is how I think we're about to
But y'all
leave
get to do the
this.
procedures.
We're leaving this with some wiggle room in there, right?
That means leaving the policy like it currently sits.
That's what it
That I
says
gave
to
y'all.
me. Yes, this one here.
Right.
Yes. Are y'all with me?
She was just explaining the Boy Scout example.
I don't know about her and these Boy Scouts.
IE, like.
Okay, we're on the same page. Mr. Superintendent, do you want to say something
So, yeah,
now?
because we have to get to Jillian, because on,
Okay,
we have to
well-
get this, so we're gonna leave it as he has it, except in limited circumstances. Is that right or not right?
I say leave this, just
Yes,
as is.
we're
Leave-
leaving as is.
Leave the policy like, except in limited circumstances, all that stays?
Yes.
Then you add that to your legislative platform.
If something changes, we just amend.
I know, but
Okay,
You know, I mean,
Because we're trying to get out ahead of the legislation, so we could amend.
if we feel strongly about it though, because if Orange County and Palm Beach County, they're probably gonna lobby the point.
they actually have
Yeah.
lobbyists.
So,
They do.
I know, so we might as well join the bandwagon.
okay.
So leave it like he wrote it?
Yes.
Leave it like Alan, and then for the procedure, do you want to leave a procedure at all, or just leave it as a policy?
We're
Get rid
just,
of it.
we're
Yeah.
just
leave
leaving
it.
the
We got a
policy.
We
All
don't
right.
need a procedure.
We got
So
the
I'm
policy.
taking procedures out.
Right.
Yes,
And leaving that whole policy as written?
yes,
Okay.
Kelly,
yes,
we are good to go through with advertising and all that? Okay.
yes. Okay, all minds are clear on that now.
Hallelujah.
Okay, good. Woo! Andrea had to leave. We have to tell her what we did. Go, Gillian, go.
One down, one to go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I know I'm on. I have a
Okay,
very
we're good.
limited amount of time, and I want to make
Hold
sure.
on 1 minute, Gillian. Let me, well, good. We're ready.
Good afternoon. I know I have a limited amount of time, so I want to make sure I answer any concerns or questions that you may have. You have a manila folder with a packet of information. You have a PowerPoint that Dr. Gale has handed out. I wasn't sure about the electronics, so I wanted to provide you a paper copy. In the manila folder, you have copies of samples of our local K-12 report card, samples of a standards-based report card, samples of standards based on some questions I received, and then guides for elementary report cards. That is in your packet for you to review and process as you
Okay, good.
feel appropriate, but I wanted to make sure that given the topics that were covered on Tuesday night, that I provided you information that I got a sense of that you may want more of. So for example, you can see in front of you a sample of our little ones in kindergarten, first grade, and second grade, our district report card. That is what we use currently. As a school district, what I can say unequivocally, and that is a strong word and I choose it intentionally, is that I hear from both members of the school board, but also district leadership as well as practitioners like principals, assistant principals, and teachers, that they want to go to a standards-based report card. And so I have provided you samples of those, so when we say standards-based report card, we're speaking from the same sheet of music. And so you'll see on the cover, yours says you've got a report card guide, and it's from Palm Beach. So let's but if you scoot halfway through, here's a kindergarten report card. And so you can see the significant difference in types of information that are shared at K-1-2 in school districts that use a standards-based report card.
So much better.
This is where, as a collective entity, I have heard from various school board members as well as district leadership, staff personnel, teachers, principals, they all want to get to the standards-based report card. So over the next year, we are going to be working towards that. Our current information system does not allow for a standards-based report card. And so where we stand today and what I'm clear about is that you are asking for, or you are directing, choose your verb, that we keep the ABC in place for 17-18 on the K-1-2 report card, and that we review and replace the D and F grades on the primary K-1-2 report card for 17-18, next school year. And so I just want to make sure I'm getting some quizzical looks. Did I misunderstand?
Can you repeat? Say it
Yes.
again.
So, right, what I think I understand to be the position of both the superintendent and the school board is that we would like changes on the primary grades K-1-2 report card. And those changes would be essentially the removal of letter grades D and letter grade F, and replace those two grades with some other representation. And so we have some, there's some ways we can do this. So for example, on our report card currently, the letter D, if you read what it stands for needs improvement. So we can change a D to an N, and now the D is an N. And we can change the U, which is what F stands for, unsatisfactory, and we can use an N and a U for the report card. That's a relatively manageable shift in how we do report cards for August. It's just about, that's coding, and then going out and working with teachers about how we report those grades in the grade book. Because there's parts, parents can access grades and pinpoint and all those kinds of things. So there's some technical things we would need to work through. But it's a 5-level scale to a 5-level scale.
And you're talking about August of 17?
This August.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
You said, if I understood correctly, at the last retreat, that currently we don't give grades to kindergartners in the first 2 quarters.
First 9 weeks.
The first 9 weeks, no grades.
No grades.
No nothing.
They have a the parents receive feedback in the form of a face-to-face parent conference. But there is no formal mechanism by which parents are informed of their child's progress.
So if our current system doesn't allow us to do anything other than A through F or whatever, could we just not do, or just do that for the whole kindergarten year? And the reason I say that is because the example I gave was the little girl that got a B in science and straight A's and everything else. And that we're just reinforcing that, girls aren't good in science or girls aren't good in math.
And I've included an example of that, straight A's and a B in music, for example, yeah.
And so my thing is grading at all in kindergarten. More, and I'm specifying kindergarten because I heard your comments the other night. I want you to know that I received them. I understand and I want to honor the collective thinking of the educators that you polled and your response too. But I still feel like kindergarten shouldn't be A, B, C, D, F. That's just me.
So you raise an interesting point, and for the sake of transparency, I want to be clear. We could go to a 4-scale system, E, S, and U, in kindergarten for next school year. My word of caution on that is that it would require a lot of work for teachers and leaders at schools to figure out what is an S. Because right now, an S is passing, and that's a D, but in our promotion brochures we say 70%, and a D is 60%. And so it gets very complicated very quickly about how we convert our grades back to E, S, N, and U. From a technical standpoint, I want to be very transparent. We can go to a 4-level scale, an ESNU, in August. I've worked with TIS on this issue of, we absolutely could do that. From the other side of the coin, I would caution us because we really only have about 45 school days. And so to bring in the teachers, to bring in the KP, we can't bring them in we can't require them to come in over the summer. We don't have a plan in place for training. I know we've done this in the past, but it's been more than 5 years. And there is significant concern about just going from a 5 to a 4-point scale.
Wouldn't the little girl feel the same way if she got E's and everything and got an S in science or an N in science? I mean, what is it? The A, the B, the E, the S, the...
What if we did the first semester of no grades in kindergarten? That way you're just doing the same thing you did the first 9 weeks, the second 9 weeks.
We could do that. I will tell you that uniformly the feedback that I get that I've received via email from teachers directly and from principals is that the longer we delay the administration of a formal type of evaluation remark, the less clarity parents have about what their children's skills are. And so, rightly or wrongly, the practice of administering an F on a kindergartner's report card is driven by a desire for our schools to be able to communicate a lack of progress for students. And so, if we kick the can from first quarter to second quarter, what that does is, we can do that absolutely from a technical perspective, but then it only, we would have to kind of negotiate a second quarter parent.
4 right here that are already defined: exemplary, proficient, approaching, needs development.
She's saying they want to do that.
We could do, if that's a 4 scale, that's a 4 scale. We could absolutely do a 4 scale. But I want to be really transparent about that. We have to get the practitioners at the table. We have to get the teacher. What does E look like? Is E 85%? Is E the old 85% or higher? Is E 80% or higher? Is it only 90% or higher? Is it only 90% or higher in content area courses? Or is it how many S's are retained? How many N's are retained?
All right.
You know,
That's the devil's in the details on these kinds of things.
yes, they are, and the devil's in the time, too, at this moment. But let me just say, Ms. Lewis and then Ms. Woods, and we're moving. Go ahead, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I want to say, I think the kindergarten, having just worked with the kindergarten before, with letter grades, they need to get used to real life. We don't need to play with them and fool them while they're younger. I like the N for the D and the U for the F and the ABC. That's what I like.
Okay, Ms. Wood?
Thank you for the feedback.
Rosie?
Because you're going to standards base, I think, I understand it's going to take a while, and so I can certainly live with that proposal. I still recommend that you just go A, B, C, and then anything below that's an N.
I like that.
Because
Yep,
you're
I do
not
too.
trying to distinguish so much.
So I was kind of with that, with Jillian, what I said was A, B, C, and then approaching, and then needs development. But if you want to do away with those two and just put approaching, or just put needs development, needs development.
Yeah.
So A, B, C, and needs development.
That's
But
right.
approaching at least is like, they're trying, I mean, when I went to this classroom that I keep referring to, I could just envision an irate parent saying, Johnny got straight F's, and killing the kid.
But here's what I'm afraid of. Approaching is then going to become 60% to 70%, so that kid still wouldn't make approaching. If you just have it all one big sort of, you're not there yet, it's not so.
Needs development, that's a nice way to see. He needs to work on it, need to develop. It's not a F, you're a failure, you're a.
Okay, this is how I hear us leaving this topic right now. We want there to be, as a general whole, grades in the kindergarten, at the kindergarten level. We're at that place. But we're not at the place where we want a kindergarten to get an F. Sure. We're at that place. Right. We're also at the place we don't want a kindergartner to get a D. All right. Yeah. We can leave it like that, and we have some other letters, alphabets that we can put in there. Because it seems to me like, I remember a time, maybe not in this county, when kids did get E's and such.
No, it was here 6 years and years ago before.
And I don't know what changed, but if we could look maybe at that and compare that.
I think the concern is regarding the standards. If I may, just one more moment.
One more moment.
I just wanted to make sure I'm clear about the directive to me. So I'm going to work with the elementary school schools, principals, teachers on converting to an ABC something.
ND,
You want N?
needs development.
Yep.
Okay, ABCN.
Yes.
There's going to be some confusion about how we do that in pinpoint, because right now, we have that issue because we have grades and there's, right, so there's gonna be an issue there. I also heard over time the use of 80-20, grading in ESE students, what does assessment look like, and grading in high mobility students.
And for that first part, were you talking just kindergarten or K1?
Well, that was my follow, so I think I'm hearing K, but then I think I'm hearing I need direction, so.
Are you thinking we're going to move to standards-based K2 the following year?
Yes.
Okay,
It
so
would be
we all
my-
want to do K2 with this as well?
Wait a minute, was this gonna be something different the following year? Or were we looking
No
at-
matter what, we have to do something different a year from August, because we have a new student.
Then I would just do kindergarten.
Okay.
But we're going to, no,
But you're gonna
no,
make everybody else change.
not everybody, we're going to do something, we're doing standards-based K5?
No, everyone's getting a new report card in August 2018, because we have a new SIS. We have not talked about doing a standards-based report card 3, 4, 5. We're talking about doing standard-based report card K1, 2 under the new model. And so the question I'm not clear on is, I hear kindergarten, I'm clear about that. I've heard 1 and 2 throughout the, kind of peppered throughout the conversation today, so I just need my marching orders on that.
So to me, in three, yeah, to me too. So three and above is going to stay A through F.
Right.
K2 for next year, we go A, B, C, N, needs development. K2 for the following year, we'll go standards-based, right?
Okay.
So in second grade, the year before test, students who are not proficient will earn an N.
Right.
Okay, when you say go standards-based, what do you mean as far as actually what they're gonna get on the report?
I think I'm hearing,
See any
I think we might need
not
more
letters,
time
they're
to
standards-based
think
report
this.
Checks.
No, it's like approaching.
Everyone,
I see the grid,
everyone.
but I don't see.
Jillian, hold on.
I think we might need just a little more time to think this because there still is much confusion and it's too important that we leave this well, if, I'm about to say, hopefully, given life, we can meet another time.
Gotcha.
And bring this to a place where we won't be confused. Would you allow that, Jillian? Is that all right, Mr. Superintendent, board members? And we can start to think through what we're about to do now, because 10 minutes ago we knew, 5 minutes right now we're not real sure, and I want us to be sure, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's live with that. So, the next time,
I think we're pretty good. I mean.
oh, you think we're pretty good?
We're ready.
I think the superintendent just summarized it.
All right, I didn't get that feeling. Mr. Superintendent, did you?
So I just want to make sure I'm clear.
See, here we
No,
are
yeah, because-
talking again.
but-
Hold on, please. One person. Go, sir.
So I think the concern from the groans I heard behind me were that a second grader who's going to be a third grader the following year, shifting, doing that dramatic of a shift. But my issue is if we're going to do the standards base for a second grader the following year, then the rubber hits the road for them in third grade, even doing it that way. Is that correct or not correct? Or
I think it is. I think the groans, I would suggest, might be because on a standards-based report card in second grade, we're going to give parents very specific feedback about where their child has gaps. On the current report card that we use, when you look at it, it just says ELA. It just says math. And so if we say to a parent that they have an N in math in second grade, that may not be as clear as we might want it when they go to third grade. Because that, and I think that's the where I think I have, you know, as a practitioner, I would say I would have a little asterisk. Because when we go to the standards-based report card, when you look at them, it gives you really rich information about what your child can know and do. And it gives it in terms of exemplary, proficient, approaching, needs improvement. So if we go K2, and you know, if we go K2, my caution to you on that.
K1.
Okay.
K1.
Okay, this is the last time I'm trying this today. This is the last
I'm
time.
confused. I just want, I want to.
Wait, and K1.
K1.
Does that feel
K1?
right to you?
K1, Rosie, K1?
I want to, before I say yes, I want to hear what she says.
I think
She's been
that,
talking to them.
I think that
That's right.
for an interim measure, that K1 is okay. They would prefer not 1. The practitioners prefer, the K grade, everyone is kind of we are okay with K. 1 gives us a little bit of more heartburn. 2 is absolutely one that they would.
Okay. K1?
Yep, that sounds good.
K1?
Okay.
K1, thank you so much.
Okay, so am I coming back next time?
You're done for right now, because you did an outstanding job, okay?
Issue a
I
written
have
summary.
And we're going to talk with you a little bit later, okay? Because we have community input right now.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This work we do is so important.
Jillian, don't leave.
And Jillian, you are the lady of the hour, so don't go far, please. Okay, and the superintendent needs a moment. But right now, we have Ms. Beth Overholt, who is coming up under our community input time, and then we will hear from the superintendent, and we will continue. Wonderful parent. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Beth Overholt, 4130 Faulkner Lane. Thank you very much for looking at a recess policy. I'm absolutely thrilled, and I will be passing that on. And the grading stuff, thrilled. That's a great step in the right direction. Tampa Bay Times just reported this afternoon that Kirk Browning in Pasco County is letting students read after they finish their FSA. So, since in light of that, I am requesting that be an option for our students here in Leon County, that when they are finished, that they might have the option to look at a book instead of stare at a wall. So, I am under my 3 minutes.
You did wonderfully.
Add that to the list.
I'll take
Well-
questions.
That's a good thing.
Okay. Jillian, yes.
So I work as director of testing at 2.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
have administered tests this week.
Yes, ma'am.
We do allow for schools to make the determination on a school level basis if they want to allow students to read after they finish assessments.
Is there anyone who doesn't allow it?
Is there anyone who doesn't allow it? I have not surveyed the schools. We've been doing that for 2 years.
I know my daughter has been made to sit and stare the last 2 years.
I can't speak to a specific site. I can tell you as a district, test coordinators,
Oh.
principals, assistant principals have been given the flexibility for the last 2 years to allow students to read recreationally, not anything that can be associated with the standards after testing.
Is that out there anywhere in the public, or will it be,
Request our superintendent. Test coordinator meeting
okay,
that we provided information to in
Okay.
January to the schools. So
wonderful.
Randy, when are you meeting with your principal?
our
Okay.
test,
When are you meeting with your
Zoe
principal?
Cooper, who does it in my office, she works with the schools as well.
Okay.
She's well versed.
Thank you. All right. Wonderful information as always. Do you have more? No?
No, I'm done.
Thank you,
We've had a
thank
long
you.
day.
Great, yes, we have. Mr. Superintendent, you're on.
All right, and finally, in your packet is the 3-tree report from the from the Sterling Commission on their draft assessment of finance and human resources. I honestly, I mean, I've skimmed through it. I have not digested it. I was going to take it home this weekend and go through it. And then Merrill, do you want to speak to this for a minute? Huh? All right.
Can I say something about it real fast?
Yes, yes.
First of all, I wanted to see if FSBA was still here, because I do want to compliment the superintendent, and kudos to Dr. Gale, who helped get this into the strategic plan, and for you for being willing to carry it through, and for the board who adopted the strategic plan. I do have one word of caution, having been through this before. I wrote my master's thesis on this stuff. Don't look at this as an audit. This is not intended to be a criticism. This is a tool to bring us up from a silver to a gold. It may, unveil some really serious problems, but that's not the intent. So please don't be overly critical of our staff, or, they're going to use this and they're going to work with the Sterling people to make us better. Not many districts are willing to go through this. Not many districts are willing to go through this process. It's being willing to make yourself vulnerable to, because they are looking for different things than an auditor would be looking for, or, that we would be looking for. So, it will probably be pretty revealing in some ways and not unexpected in others, but for the staff of these two departments that participated willingly, thank you. Because that means you're willing to take a critical look and work with people that can help you be even better than you already are. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Rasmussen. This is the first time we're really doing Sterling. Looked like
Yeah.
we did this once before
Oh,
long
not
ago.
since I've been here, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right, not since then. Listen, Mr. Superintendent, is there anything else you need to tell us? We're happy to listen.
You want to add something, Merrill?
Dee Dee said about all I would want to say.
We'll say it again.
Important that we
Say it 2 or 3 more times.
Never.
Why
I would like to emphasize.
talk into the microphone?
It's really important, the point that she made, that this is not a criticism in a negative way. Our employees had to be very honest and open with these people to get this report. And we need to reward them by helping them attain results that this report is intended to attain. And that is to make their jobs more efficient, make them feel better about the work they do, and make the work that we do more meaningful and transparent and more efficient. So this is not negative. Please do not read it as negative. There's a lot of opportunities in this report for us to improve. In a nutshell, we have to document our procedures, which, by the way, we used to have documented procedures. A big part of this is changing to Skyward. When we had terms, we went through this exercise back in the early 2000s. And just to give you a frame of reference, we adopted terms in 1988 or 87, I think, maybe 82. I came here in 96. We did procedures somewhere in the early 2000s. So we just adopted Skyward in 2011. We've been focused on learning how to use Skyward and getting used to it. So they've come along and they've said, you don't have any procedures written. That's valid. Another piece that you're going to see in here is they want us to identify key performance indicators so that we can evaluate how well we do our jobs. That is something we haven't done in this district, except on the teacher side now. They're based on teacher evaluation. So this is bringing us up with them, and it's also an emphasis of the legislature, especially now with their transparency requirements. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I went into a legislative office last week, and he asked me for my key performance measures. So this is something that they are looking for. This is also the same standards that our accrediting body is starting to lean on. So if we do get ahead of it now, then when they come, they will be in good shape.
I want to comment on this subject. I just wanted to say something for the good of the group.
Sure.
Are we done with this?
Pretty much. I just need to remind everyone that our March 28th meeting is going to be a marathon, much, much, much longer than probably even last Tuesday night, because we're having only one meeting, so we need to eat our Wheaties, take our vitamins, and be prepared to handle much, much, much stuff. Yes, ma'am,
Okay,
go
well,
on.
speaking of that, and we may not be able to do it for March 28th for that purpose, but I just wanted to say that I've met with a teacher or two, and I think the superintendent's already aware of this, but we have students in our school system who are undocumented, who are scared, who are going to their teachers that they trust, and I've been looking up some policies that other school districts have used, some resolutions that school boards have done, and I've spoken with Jillian Gregory about this already. And there's a very nice board resolution that the NEA provided. I can give everybody the website. And it just talks about how we make our schools safe places and how we do the training for teachers and staff. So
That's
when
important.
we have undocumented kids and ICE comes in, what we do, what we don't do.
That's great.
And I would appreciate if Dr. Gregory, who she's already volunteered, would draft something up for us to look at for our school system if the board is interested.
That, we are interested. That is so important. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yes.
There is a statement on the FSU website to this end also, if you want to Google it, in case it's helpful.
I'll send this out, but it's like
Great.
what educators can do to support undocumented
Right,
students. And there's a resolution that goes with it.
And that's so important, so important. Yes, Jillian.
Okay.
On March 28th, is it your preference that I bring a resolution forward, a statement forward, a proclamation?
March 28th is going to be really busy.
It's going to be really
Is it
busy.
something that we could look at and decide whether or not to put on an agenda? Like, could we see it maybe before then?
Absolutely. I will, of course, vet it, as I did with the infrastructure trial test. Remember, we emailed and circled around as part of everybody's copy in the sunshine. But my
Right.
question more along the lines is, do you want a resolution? Would you like me to start the process on a resolution, a proclamation, or a statement like FSU statement?
Maybe-
FSU, they've done the statement. So those are all different things, and so I just kind of want to know what, I want to give you.
Could we-
I think a statement from the
Statement, I think a statement, to start with a statement and let's see where it
Statement.
develops,
But, I mean,
okay?
you could-
Is that all
We
right?
could look at a couple samples, Jillian, and we could say, oh, we like this
Yeah.
one, you know?
Well,
Okay,
it's really difficult to negotiate these kind of things by email. And I'm really worried about sunshine law with a bunch of back and forth emails about, well, I wanted to say this or I wanted to say that. I would think it's safer for the superintendent and his staff to come up with a statement that they really like and give it to the
And we
board
Get some feedback.
and then you
individually.
want to talk about it, either talk about it in a workshop in conjunction with the gender review or in a board meeting. But not
okay,
try to
Yep.
do this by email. It's
Okay.
just too
Yeah.
careless.
I'm just saying if we could look at something, so we walk in and we can, you all can decide if it should go on the agenda, or if it should be postponed, or, you know.
okay, got you.
and
All
maybe
right.
A 1 second.
So a statement that would be brought back to us at, say, at board level, board meeting time, so we all could see it. And as we're getting ready to leave, I'm starting to become more and more interested in those kids, those students that are overaged in their classrooms. I think it's time for us to take a look at that again. That appears to be growing, if I'm to believe folk who stop me in grocery stores and such stuff, Mr.
And she
Superintendent.
can bring something to you the day
Thank you.
before, maybe on the 27th.
Great.
At our review, agenda review. And also at the agenda review, I would like for I promise, a very brief executive session to discuss collective bargaining. I have a plan.
During agenda review?
Right after agenda review on that Monday, the 27th.
Okay.
Do that other
Because
meeting you were talking about right now, too?
No, we're going to do that on the 28th.
Okay.
we're going to be talking to bargaining units, and I don't want to talk to them about some of my plans or some of our plans without having talked to you first.
Okay. I suspect there are no other individuals from the community for input. We certainly do not want to overlook any guests. Are there guests back there? Then thank you all for coming. This has been a very wonderful day. Thank you. Good work. Good job.